We were also told that foreign bondholders are going to get 30% haircut on their principal. So, Speaker, and 30% on their interest. So, Speaker, I want to caution that foreign bondholders are not necessarily foreigners. They are Ghanaian banks, Ghanaian institutions, and Ghanaian businesses that have bought Ghana's Eurobond. And so, if you are treating them, treat them well. And be mindful that whatever happens in terms of the haircut you want to give to them is going to affect the economy also going forward. So, Speaker, banks will struggle under this arrangement. Businesses are going to go down, so, Speaker, and the repercussion, if care is not taken, is going to affect all of us. So, Speaker, I can see an economic tsunami. Coming. So, Speaker, the year 2023, this budget has failed to address the concerns of the ordinary Ghanaian. So, Speaker, 2023 will be disastrous. So, Speaker, what surprises me is that the government seems to put the burden sharing largely on the creditor and again on the taxpayer. But I want to find out, this government that is asking everyone to contribute, including the pension fund, including the credit unions, the rural banks, to get haircut on their interest. So, Speaker, this government is increasing expenditure by 82 billion cedis. 82. So, Speaker, from last year. So, Speaker, I want to find out what is occasioning this increase in this expenditure. So, Speaker, last year's budget, this government informed us that the total appropriation that we passed as a house was 145 billion. So, Speaker, without supplementary estimate, the minister again has said that he's going to exceed appropriations to 153 billion by the end of the year. So, Speaker, you can find this in page 187 of the budget. So, Speaker, who authorized the minister to spend in excess of appropriations? So, Speaker, this is a case of another censorship motion. Who authorized the minister? So, Speaker, we approved for you to spend 145 billion. You are saying you are going to spend in excess of that to 153 billion, your own budget statement. So, Speaker, the minister again informed us that the arrears amount he owes to contractors was 8 billion Ghana cedis in the last budget. Again, in this year's budget, he said the arrears, page 187, he is saying the arrears that he's going to clear in the next 4 years is 37 billion Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, and not 8 billion. So are you telling us that within 1 year, you have accumulated almost 30 billion in arrests? So, Speaker, I can assure you that when it comes to appropriations, all these arrest details, we will request for the details. So, Speaker, this budget is nothing to write home about. This is Kofi Okowu budget. This is a budget that is asking you to go home and die. This is a bad budget, Mr. Speaker. I believe that as a house, we should have critical look at this budget. So, Speaker, the budget is not inspirational. The budget is not inspirational. It is dead on arrival. It is dead on arrival. It is going to impose additional taxes on the people. So, Speaker, in the end, remember that His Excellency the President has said to the people of Ghana and to the investor community that there will be no haircut. Not knowing, he announced that there will be no haircut at the time that he was preparing to give domestic bondholders Sapora. At the time that he was preparing to give foreign bondholders Ponkijo. Mr. Speaker, this should be rejected. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this matter, let us be minded that this country is going through hardships already. The people of Ghana are already tired of the mismanagement of our economic circumstances. Unemployment is going high. Yet, Mr. Speaker, this budget fails to resolve our concerns. My worry is we should all pray for the Republic of Ghana. Because the way this country is going, until this administration, particularly the economic management team, including the Vice President, leave their job, Mr. Speaker, this country has no future. This country has no future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The 2022 World Cup is getting interesting. I'm sure you're enjoying yourself. The biggest upset has been Saudi Arabia beating Argentina by 2-1. That's not going to be our focus today on eForum. Well, Ghana is in the same group with Portugal, Uruguay, and South Korea. A number of songs have been released to, support the Black Stars as we see whether or not we'll be able to semi-finals, so say after first year. But there are a number of comments that have been passed after these songs were released. And this week, Samini was in the trends. That was because he said he described one of the songs or the songs as what. I say you need the ibinya. Na mon ko bonyum na Ghana de beja ko bonyum to say the moto dej. Anyway, Nasi has also released a song and people are jamming to it. Today we take a look at some of the songs that have been released as official Black Star songs for the Qatar 2022 World Cup. And so that's what we are here to do today on eForum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Yeah. Big shouts to your mama, then your papa, them. I thank God say them born you for me. I thank God say them keep you for me. I thank God say them raise you well. Big shouts to all of your exes. I thank God say them leave you for me. I thank God say them break your heart. I thank God say them dump you, girl. It no be every day we man they see the thing way. It get the value even as it dey in hand so. I no be young if I see the kind of girl way. I like I no go fit to waste my time. Oh. What be the action? What be the mood? Turn on your Bluetooth, make with the groove. Girl, say what's up? Give me attention. I know the form love, but I want to spoil ya. What be the action? What be the mood? Turn on your Bluetooth, make with the groove. Girl, say what's up? Give me attention, give me your love. Hey, you be my African goddess. Hey, me oh my goodness. I want to chop you like fun nice and I didn't crown a sunny day for Ghana. Yeah, you be my African goddess. Hey, me oh my goodness. I want to chop you like fun nice and I didn't crown a sunny day for Ghana. Yeah. Girl, you got my heart on lockdown. The kind of quarantine I dey look for. Now you they make my heart feel the ginger. And I feel like I'm a turtle ninja. You know now I no go take you play. My power for each and every day. Your bills on me, no worries I go pay. I want make you slay my African queen with a good body. No be just the body, you are smart and funny. And I cannot deny these feelings. Deny these feelings. What be the action? What be the move? Turn on your Bluetooth, make with the groove. Girl, you say what's up? Give me attention. I know the form love, but I want to spoil ya. What be the action? Hey. What be the move? Hey. Turn on your Bluetooth, make with the groove. Hey. Girl, you say what's up? Give me attention, give me your love. Hey, you be my African goddess. Hey, me oh my goodness. I want to chop you like fun nice and I didn't crown a sunny day for Ghana. Yeah, you be my African goddess. Hey, me oh my goodness.
Okay.
I want to chop you like fun nice and I didn't crown a sunny day for Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Emanya na neso oba hoye na minam nini mahu tina message na so wo mo kwamo me ne wa na beti no bido ma fa wonto ma bebo media na ne mo bera tale me feel it feel it no anyway and so that's Bakadabi doing this song for us on eForum. Don't mind me, this one I just tried to do something. I don't even know where the words came from. That's a beautiful piece. Bakadabi. It's been a long time.
Yeah, my guy.
When was the last time we met?
Probably sometime last year.
Okay.
Or late 2 years ago, maybe.
Yeah. Around that time, you were working on your EP?
Yeah, at the time I had the Busanga Niabrantia EP out already, which had Magajia on it.
Yeah.
This tune is the first single off of my upcoming EP,
Okay.
which is called Hear Me Out.
Hear Me Out?
Yes.
So what's the title of this one?
This is African Goddess.
African Goddess.
Yes, African Goddess.
Did you do it for a special person?
No, this, to be honest, is one of those fictional writings. You get it. I think as an artist, there are some of the songs you write from a true place, because maybe you have experienced something and you write about it. Or maybe people around you are experiencing things and you write about it. And then there is the fictional side too, where it's not really a true story, but you are just being creative as an artist. This happens to be one of them. Yeah, and I love it.
I see. How far has... No, okay, let me ask this way. What has the response been so far?
Yeah.
With this particular song, The African Goddess?
So far, it's been out for like a couple of weeks, if I'm right, probably 6 weeks now. And on Spotify, we have like 20,000 plus streams and counting. And so it's actually moving pretty well. And basically, in terms of numbers, this song is doing better than my previous projects. And I think it's because of the appeal it has. It sounds more, I don't know, like it has a lot of pidgin. And then also the beat is also very modern. Sonically, it sounds, you know, hip to a lot of people. So yeah, that's what's up.
I see. So the EP, when is it going to be ready? Is it out yet?
No, the EP is not out yet. We are hoping to release it. If I'm estimating right, then hopefully early January, the EP should be out. Yes, and if you did hear the previous project, Busanga Niabrantie, it was more intentionally written for the Ghanaian market, strictly the Ghanaian market. However, this one is for Ghana and beyond and the rest of the world. This is like world music, because that's the intention with this project.
Okay. What did you say the title of the EP was again?
Hear Me Out.
Hear Me Out.
Yeah.
Okay. What informed the decision to have that?
So my manager asked me if I had any idea what the title of the EP should be, and I was like, I think it's about time already. People should hear me out, you know, because I truly, truly do not consider myself as an artist who is now probably finding himself, or, you know, I think deep down within me, I know I've been ready since. Except, you know, being ready is one thing, and having access to the market, the platform, is also another thing. So it's just from that place where I feel like I deserve to be heard, and so hear me out. Yeah, that's the inspiration behind it.
Romeo and Kwei. Okay, so Romeo is an event organizer and he is also an artist manager and talent coach. Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. They say, oh yeah, last time you called, baby. I don't know whether I've told you. We went there and then the guy, apparently he had been watching our shows. He says, there's this guy who comes on your show. So when he described you, I said, okay. Then I showed him your video. He said, yeah. Then he asked, who is he? Then I said, event organizers, okay. Artist managers, okay. Then, you know, I didn't want to mention that you are... When I was saying, he sounds like a politician. Oh, no, Romeo, thanks for joining us. And Kwei, Mercury Kwei, no, some of us are all confusing me. David Kwei is an event coordinator with Mercury Republic. So that's Bakadabri. Hear Me Out. That's the EP, which is yet to be released. But so far, what you have heard, what's your impression about his artistry?
I think when I entered the building, I heard the beat and I heard someone riding on it. I was nodding. You know, any good beat will move you.
Yeah.
And then he didn't just end there. When he entered and started doing the freestyle, I realized the uniqueness in what he's doing. It has that appeal. It's sort of a template set for anyone to love. it's not something you have to condition yourself to love, but something that will come to you naturally. You know, when it's a good vibe, you don't struggle to sell it. And I think it's something that will push him far. And, you know, when you do this song for women, you do it for success. Reason being that when the women love you, everyone will love your music. But I think what he should do is, his views are not too encouraging. Maybe he can adopt, and he's good also on the acoustic. So what I would advise is that he can hijack the weddings or the executive programs and then use the acoustic just like the likes of Abiana and co have done to be able to get some recognition, because there are very good vibes, talent with good vibes around, but the platform for them to be marketed, for them to be accepted, that has been the issue. For instance, if we had him on the rhythm on the runway, he wouldn't be a bad appearance on the show. You get it. So these are things we need to be pushing, and I applaud him for the great work he has done. The African Goddess, it's a nice tune.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
Brandspa, I agree with Romeo's viewpoint on the song. I think it's a classic tune, and I mean, what excites me the more is the lyrics of the song. I think we all experience heartbreaks here and there, and sometimes it's like a cycle. The person may not be good for you, but may be good for the other. So when you finally get that one girl that you are like, yo, I thank God that your ex actually left you and you are now with me.
Then you also thank God that your ex left you.
Yes, my ex also left me so that we can meet. So I think that what is very striking for me is the lyrics, and also the instrumentation is also a vibe. You know, it just moves you. I just heard the song today while, you know, he came, and I already got part of the lyrics. I was singing along during his performance. So I think that it's a catchy groove, and anybody who hears this for the first time will just move along with it. It's a beautiful piece.
Nice one.
Another observation about Antipa, I think he should also do well. You know, most of these TikTok girls, when Asantua made that comment that they make some songs popular, she wasn't lying, but maybe that context wasn't as acceptable. You should be able to get some people hooked up on this TikTok thing with this song, and then leverage on it to widen or broaden his horizon to be able to get more numbers. I think it's a good vibe. And then another thing too has to do with the fact that, like I said about the wedding thing, you know, you mentioned Edinkra, you mentioned Fan Ice. If you could do some short skits with even if you're not ready to shoot a video, yes, and then they should be the ones to push it, because their products will be in there. Talk to Edinkra, talk to Fan Ice, and then I think you would have a go, because it's a Ghanaian sort of Edinkra is a Ghanaian brand,
household product,
and then exactly Fan Ice too is also here, so it would be a marketing tool for you to reach out. Even if, let's say, they're shooting an ad, your song will be appropriate for. So it's just an observation.
Okay.
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate this.
But if your how do we get your songs? Which digital platforms are they?
Everywhere, everywhere. And my name is Baka, B-A-K-A, Dabri, D-A-B-R-I. It's the same across all social media platforms. I'm the only one with that name. So yeah, once you get the spelling right, you should find me.
Okay.
And yeah.
That's Baka Dabri gracing the show for us today on eForum. During my intro, I told you we were going to talk about the Black Star songs. So a number of musicians have released theirs. We have Coco Flake, we have Akwabwa, there's been Ken Promise, Unapo Man, Nasi has released his. Samini has released his, but Samini's is not just the Black Stars, it's the entire African continent, the representatives. He's saying that Africa win. But before Samini released that song, he had made certain comments on Twitter, and that actually engendered conversations. People, you know, it divided opinions. Some said he erred in what he tweeted. There were others who also supported him because they thought that some of the songs that have been released were not nice. So we take a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about the songs that have been released for the Black Stars as they partake in the 2022 FIFA World Cup that is ongoing in Qatar. Welcome back. You're still watching eForum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abrantipa. I'm doing this with Ambassador Romeo, David Quay, and Bakadabri is still sitting in for the discussion on the songs, the World Cup songs. So you've heard quite a number of the songs. Before Samini released his, he actually made a tweet and said, the new Black Star songs, though, do we have to learn it before the World Cup? Whoever chose it probably wrote it too. Hey, track nenye desano. A few of us could have done a better job at that, Charlie, and I'm Mebodam. It comes with laugh out loud. But Vim still there for the boys. Go Ghana. And then, you know, people started talking about his tweet. And then Samini decided to release his, which is titled Win Africa Win. And Ansani ebe show ebe start here, nana since we're releasing it there. I say the capono. Ghana. First off, let's begin with Samini's tweet, whether or not there was anything wrong with what Samini put out in the first place.
It's not wrong on a human face, but being an artist and being within the creative space, you should leave such criticisms to those who are used to it, those whose job it is, because you are still within the space. And it's not okay to criticize people you will end up working with. You end up featuring or they featuring you on a project, and then you come to condemn some work done by such people.
But the critique was based on the work. It's not attacking the individual.
But in a professional manner, he's seen as a big brother to the cartel of young people who has brought out a song. Okay. So he had that power to call them behind the scenes and say, okay,
let me read this other tweet. He says, I did Germany 2006, performed the official song at the closing ceremony at SA 2010. 2014 was Yawa, and 2018 we know fit go. Been there, done this, forget the hype. The morale of my statement beyond politics, typos and grammatical errors remain the fact that the track is whack, in my opinion. So that's Samini again. This was at the time that the people were bashing him.
Yeah, but it's true. He deserved to be bashed because Charlie Abrantepa, you are sort of seen as a godfather. If you see something that you think doesn't augur well, your business is to have sort of a tete-a-tete discussion with whoever is involved, right? Or you just shut up and put out sort of a work where people would be the judge of it.
Could it be that it was because he wanted to release? That was why he took a dig at them.
Just a gimmick to
let people know that
draw
I'm
attention.
also about to release.
And funny enough, what he just released, honestly speaking, is still it's still within the same space like the ones we've heard already. Within the ones he criticized. The best ones amongst them in terms of real Jama for sort of a tournament of this caliber is a Nasi one, and then Grace Ashi's song, and then you can talk about Talal Fatal. So far, like those are the songs that even years after years, people are being able to remember the lyrics. What Samini is saying, how many people will be able to? He was talking about.
Oh, it's simple. Win Africa, win. Oh, Ghana, win Africa, win.
My friend, let's be real. See, is it the Nasi own? It injects it injects in your adrenaline naturally. It pushes you, even if you don't know the words. It drags you along. But this is like their normal, what do we call it? This raga thing. you can't Jama. You get it? And this is where I was expecting Shatawale to come in, because when it has to do with Jama, sometimes he does well.
This what I think. I think that over the period, right, we've been having conversations as to why the Nigerian industry, for instance, is more prosperous than our Ghanaian entertainment industry. And over the past few years, what has been the bane in our industry is the consistent, should I say, fight amongst the artists, where this one is throwing shots at the other, or the other one is throwing shots at the other, or they are releasing these songs and what have you. So what is actually needed to propel themselves and then the entire industry to the front is lacking because of their seeming battle amongst themselves. But what I believe that our artists should be looking at is to be battling with those outside the scope of Ghana. So for a Samini to come out and, you know, run down another project by a fellow artist, I don't think it's in the right direction. Now, like Mr. Romeo is saying, let the fans be the best judge. You are in the industry with a person. You understand? It will be so off that Abrantepa will wake up one morning and then after listening to Evans Mensah on Joy FM or on Joy TV, he comes and does tweet that he hosts the show very poorly. It just doesn't work out. You need to allow the fans to do those kind of comments because you are an industry player. The little you can do is to support yourself to the next level. If you think that the song is actually whack, release your own song. Let the people judge that it is whack. That is what I think that he could have done. And the reason why maybe he was speaking the minds of a lot of people, but when it comes from him, it becomes problematic. Now, the reason why I think that he was speaking the minds of a lot of people is that if you recall, during Sarkodie's album, before he launched this album, he was on a radio tour at Plaza FM 3 Music Network. He made mention of the fact that his project is not targeted at the Ghanaian market. And the reason why he believes so is that Ghana seems to have, the masses seems to just enjoy upbeat tracks. So when you don't do songs that are upbeat, like people want to dance, then you are not going to get the masses on your side. They don't fall for the, you know, the love and the sweet things that you want to do.
That thing, to some extent, I disagree. No, I mean, we all know how Sarkodie, not to digress, but we know how Sarkodie began. Sarkodie was doing typical, like, rap, and the masses were feeling him. Around that time, it was even way back before Sarkodie dropped Baby and You Go Kill Me. But you see, those songs that he was doing, they were not groovy. They were not.
Those rap songs used to have upbeats. It's not. It was not so. It was not like the Kiss My Hand and all those songs that we are having now. So to him, he feels that, and I think that has been how the Ghanaian populace accepts the songs that are used to back the Black Stars. So if you look at Grace Ashley's song in 2014, it's upbeat. Like when you hear, you are moving. When you listen to the Karen Nasi song, it just moves you. So when the song is not on that level, then it becomes problematic for the masses because they feel like this song cannot even encourage me to even, you know, root for the Black Stars. So that is perhaps.
But you see, the tempo bit doesn't really matter because Romeo mentioned Come On Blasters, Ghana. That song was not a fast tempo song.
But because it was early days, the early days of Jama production, the only English Jama that pushes you to be inspired. It tells our story, our Black Star story. It doesn't have so much noise in there, yes. But even with that, it was difficult for the fans to use that in the stands. It's for the elitists, you get it. But the real Jama is when you hear Obi Bakwe to form, like it's full of sort of inspiration.
So that's what I'm saying. That song was for a certain market. That's the elitists, like you said, they would really vibe to that. So when it comes to the grassroots people, like all of us on the ground, we want the energy to be in the song. Yeah, as a Ghana, hopefully, if Ghana is to do what the magic that Saudi did against Argentina, Nasi song, imagine just on the
It's
street,
beating.
you know, it beats me there.
Nasi tops all.
Baka, which of the songs do you gravitate towards the most?
I'm in love with Nasi's own.
Okay.
Yes, and I think then again, I like how we visited the old tunes, right? I remember that one it wasn't as upbeat, but I remember connecting so well to that song at the time. But then also, I feel like the music taste, it evolves, right? There was a time I wanted to be a rapper so bad, you understand? But I just realized I didn't have the attitude for rap. Like, yeah, I didn't enjoy it very much. I enjoy singing, so I stuck to singing. But then fast forward to the songs for the Black Stars, I would say definitely Nasi's own. Until I heard Nasi's own, I would have settled for Samini's. Yeah. That's.
How would you feel if your fellow artists describe your work as work?
Oh, definitely. It'll go enter you. It go enter you well. Me, it go enter me. However, I think the manner in which I am giving the feedback would also matter. If you heard my work out there and you're a colleague artist and you felt like it was horrible and you just hit me up and you gave me your honest feedback as a colleague in the industry, I would appreciate that. I'll feel like you are on my side. You are with me. So I would return the favor, you know, when, you know, that time comes. However, if it's put out there like that, I think then it just becomes like a pulling down kind of culture, right? And as for someone as legendary as Samini, whom I learned so much from, I would say that this one is probably you got agenda. You understand? If you got agenda where you do that one there, fine. You put out there say you got agenda.
Yeah.
But if you know be say agenda where you get, and from where I stand, I see it as some
As an
agenda
agenda.
thing. You understand? Because eventually you release something where the thing, you know, people are going to check it out and stuff like that. So I feel like it's very intentional the way he went about it. I am sure that someone as rational as Samini would have known better that, okay, maybe I'll go fee here to this guy or privately, then tell him. But it be the business.
After this
show business.
After this whole thing,
show
I've
business.
seen a tweet from King Promise saying idols become rivals. Even though he doesn't add any, he doesn't tag anyone, he doesn't mention anyone.
But we know,
But some say that
yeah.
that tweet is actually a reaction to what Samini said. Do you think it is?
Of course it is. Come on, he threw
It's
shades and- it's a well tailored or measured dress thrown to suit Samini, and we all know it's Samini because he happens to be Samini's boy. Sort of, he looks up to him, and then if you put him within that bracket of wackism, then he would also obviously come at you and
But
throw shade.
Samini's tweet, I stand to be corrected. Samini's tweet was not directed at King Promise. I think he made a general statement.
And then within that space, some few guys, he King Promise, what's his name?
Koku Flake.
Koku Flake.
Yes, Akwabwa.
Akwabwa.
There is one that comes from a band. I've forgotten the name of the band. The title of the song is Ose.
Is it Kento's band?
Yeah. The title of the song is Ose. So if Samini makes a generic statement, why should you...
He could have also made exceptions if clearly he didn't want to include Asimesi.
Yeah, but I be like some tweets they were mentioned.
mention Koku Flake. Yeah, he said Koku Flake do
He
am.
stamp him. Yeah, but I just say the song will be official. You don't do like.
So which one is
So
official?
as actually, I don't know.
Exactly.
Because I see-
Kim Promise's title has the official song.
Right. So we'll be wrapping up soon. But do we expect any new song? And Nasi said the Munya Marchama.
Well, I think
Nasi
Nancy draws curtains on all these and if it gets to the West, I would expect sort of a remix from Nasi and Grace Ashi to just top it all, because Nasi is sort of a virtuoso, prima donna of real music. He fits in everywhere. Like, so if we're looking for that jama, even the gospel jama, come on, you feel Nasi. So if Grace Ashi is one of those few women who within this space have really come to the party, I don't expect her to be pushed aside. So I'm expecting sort of a refix from Grace Ashi and Nasi, and then that will be a blast.
Even when she has, on a number of occasions, said the FA has not, I mean, what she expected from the
Treated
FA.
her well.
Yes.
Exactly, that's where I'm coming from. If you're having a refix, it means that there are discussions. There are discussions underway to appease her or to make it up to her, because it's sort of a nationalistic approach and something to support a cause of a national interest. So I think it would be so unfair. Within this big space, we have a lot of male dominating this space, and a single woman who has anchored this space so nice for over years, and you can't just let her go like that. Any new GFA president will want to drag her closer and appease her.
Okay, right. So we are going your final words, and then yes, I just remembered your event. You have an event this weekend. I nearly forgot.
Yeah, I forgot.
So maybe you should do that and tie it in with your final words. Then
yes,
we go.
Yes. So on Saturday, 26th of November, this coming Saturday, we're having the coffee time hour session at the Vidai Cafe inside East Legon. Now, what the coffee time hour session is basically about is a networking event that is meant to provide a platform for young people to connect with pace-setters, people who have, you know, done so well in the society. They have a story to tell. They've reached a certain pedestal that can be of great influence and help in building the next generation of young people. So we're bringing these people together to come and interact and connect with young people at Vidai Cafe inside East Legon. Now, what we have identified is that a lot of young people, when it comes to networking, people have not really understood what the purpose of networking is. And in fact, the kind of networking that we do, it is quite problematic, because you go for an event and you see, for instance, one of the big guns that you want to connect with. But these people are so busy that they will give you their card. After the event, you call and you never get them. So we have identified that that is a problem. So what we want to do is bring these people together in a semi-official manner on a round table where you get to face-to-face interact with them. So we do a round table discussion. After you interact with this person, you get the opportunity to interact with the next person. We just keep shuffling the people who are on the bill so that you get to hear their story and also connect with them and connect with fellow young people who are achieving great stuff in their respective field. So this year, we're lucky to have on board Ochiame Kwame. He's one of the biggest guns when it comes to the music industry in Ghana. He will be joining us at Vidai Cafe on Saturday. We also have Akusia Menu, who is the deputy CEO of the National Youth Authority. And we also have Kobi Mensa, who is a blogger and a philanthropist, one of the biggest names when it comes to blogging in Ghana. So that's going to be happening on Saturday. If you need any information on registration, you can contact me on 024 166 4181. 024 166 4181.
Okay, so that's David Quaye. David Quaye is with Mercury Republic. Romeo, let me get your final words before we go for vote.
I think this World Cup, we're looking so much forward to some success story from the African perspective, and that the weather should be an advantage to the African countries. So far, 2 African countries have drawn. Just the real beacon of hope of Africa, being Senegal, actually lost. But Black Stars, honestly speaking, despite the hula baloo surrounding the team, when people least expect the team to perform, that's where they come to the party. So I expect them to defy all odds and make the grade.
Bakadabri.
Hello. You know, football no be my area plenty.
Yeah.
So my closing words there. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to have shared, you know, this platform with great people such as yourself. My name again remains Bakadabri. Kindly check me out everywhere, and hopefully you enjoy my music. I hope to win everyone as a fan eventually.
Okay, right. Thanks for coming. Quickly before we go, like I've been saying, a lot of things happen in this small country of ours. Yes, Accra, things they go on. Events happening every weekend here and there. And so whenever there are events, we too, we they go there, then we they capture things. then we go package them, then we will make you see what's up, that the things that went on, you know, we have everything packaged in Vogue. And so let's join Doreen Abanima Abaya as she comes our way with Vogue.
After months of publicity to build anticipation, Paces Esther's 20th anniversary concert came off at the Accra International Conference Center on November 6th, 2022. Tell you what, the auditorium was filled to capacity as lovers of music thronged the venue to witness the epic occasion. Gospel artists and Sopoku, Brother Sammy, Obapa Christie, Celestine Donko, Tego Sisters, Moses OK, and Kofi Sapong, among others, mounted the stage to perform, and it was mwah!
You Jesus Christ. Yes,
The moment we all have been waiting for. Paces Esther would climax the show. She does so with a dramatic entry from zero to hero, and that's exactly what her latest single, Wayemi Ye, is all about. an amazing show it was. Congratulations to Pacia Esther and her team. Indeed, it is not easy to stay relevant in a male-dominated industry for 2 decades. We look forward to seeing more of such events. Time to say goodbye to you, my dear viewer. I am your girl, Doreen Abanama Abaya.
Thanks, Doreen, for the segment Vogue, and congratulations to PSA Esther. 20 years in the industry, it's not easy. And your new song is also doing so well. That was a good show. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. And keep on watching GhanaWeb TV. Visit our website, www.ghanaweb.com, for more stories, for more videos, programs. A reminder that the GhanaWeb Mundial is still ongoing, where we have our sports people come your way with analysis of everything that's happening in the World Cup, behind the scenes, what's happening in the camps of the Black Stars, in the camps of the Senegalese, and you know, the European countries and all the Middle East countries. And so join our team every Monday and Friday as they come your way with the GhanaWeb Mundial. Thank you for watching this episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin. But before I go, let me remind you that this is our last but one show, for the year. The final one will be a wrap, and so watch out for that one somewhere in December. We'll give you a wrap of the year. Until you say the yako break, na yako bobo ayahuni aba be final show, no, and then we'll go for a break, and we'll return in February. Yes, you could do Christmas and even a brainy panso of me. So thank you for being with us, and of course we have a lot of events, lots of programs, and then quality, relevant, compelling content for you on our website. The GhanaWeb Excellence Awards is ongoing. Voting has begun, and so visit the website and vote for your favorite nominee. Check out the list of nominees on the website. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana monetary policy rate, yesterday they announced it at 27%. 27% as at yesterday. Mr. Speaker, again, interest rate, government of Ghana is borrowing at T-bill rate at 35%. Short end, 35%. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to note that if you go to some banks to borrow today, I had an offer from a bank, 47.7% before you can get a loan from a bank. Mr. Speaker, 47.7%. Mr. Speaker, that is how bad the current economic situation is. Mr. Speaker, if government decide to go out there to borrow from the international bond market, the Euro bond market, we will borrow dollar at 38% today. 38% dollar. Mr. Speaker, obviously because our current economic situation is so bad that everyone, creditors out there, are so skeptical that government cannot repay its debt. So they are running away from the Republic of Ghana. So, Speaker, unemployment, particularly youth employment, is inching close to 50%. Almost 50%. So, Speaker, yet this budget fails to address the concerns that we have. So, Speaker, unemployment is now becoming a national security crisis. So, Speaker, there's a massive cost of living crisis as we find ourselves. So, Speaker, it will surprise you to know that marriages are collapsing because of this government. Marriages are collapsing because cost of living is becoming so high. So, Speaker, that is where we found ourselves.
and welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, where we bring you business news that trended during the week and an exclusive interview. My name is Na Oyokoti. Sichopa Elo, a cyber forensic analyst at the E-Crime Bureau, is our guest on this edition. My colleague Mauli Aholimega has the full report.
Hello and welcome to yet another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholimega. On this week's edition, I'll be speaking with a cyber forensic analyst who will be teaching us a few things about account takeovers and how to protect yourself and your business. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. My guest is Sichopa Elo, and he's the cybersecurity forensic analyst with the E-Crime Bureau. Sicho, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you. Very well. Yourself?
I'm doing very well. Many thanks for your time. So today we're going to be learning about account takeovers. For one, I have no idea what are account takeovers. Just briefly give us an explanation of what that account takeovers are.
Okay. Thank you for organizing this program. I know this program is also to educate your people, your viewers. Okay. Yeah. When we talk about account takeovers is a type of attack whereby an attacker will be able to take over your whole account and or impersonate you in another session. Okay. So, for example, you own a WhatsApp, you own an Instagram account, you own a Facebook account. I will find ways and means, creative ways and means of owning or taking over that account. Okay. Now, let me just explain how this is done. Assuming that you are on a particular platform, be it Facebook, be it a WhatsApp group, and someone just calls you and tells you that there are lots of spammers or scammers in a particular group. So they want to really authenticate if you are really the owner of a particular number or not. So they want to communicate a code to you. So they are expecting you to communicate that code back to them. Okay. And that is where it begins. As soon as you communicate that code to them, they take over your account. Okay. So at their end, what they do is they attempt registering WhatsApp with your number. A code will be sent to you. Okay. And if you communicate that code, they take over your account. And that is how simple it is.
Sounds very simple, but also very dangerous as well. So for those who are new to this kind of fraud, can we classify it as a fraud?
Yes.
One way or the
other?
Yes. Okay. This sounds very dangerous at the same time. Very simple for those on the back end of it. But I want to come down to, for businesses who are not familiar with this type of fraud, how impactful is this account takeover for businesses? Okay.
So assuming that you are a financial institution or you do some business on behalf of your clients or your stakeholders, and I'm able to take over this account, it means that I'll be able to divert funds into other accounts. Okay, and it will go a long way to affect you. Okay. Your reputation, everything will be at stake.
Wow. So I understand there's another form, which is the business email compromise. What exactly is that?
Okay, so business email compromise is another creative way an attacker could also gain access to your email accounts. Okay. And use that access to defraud your stakeholders.
How does that happen?
Great. So by using some slight variation in your emails. For example, I'm sure you'll be showing this to your viewers. For example, you have your email, for example, as mauli@GhanaWeb.com. Now, the L you see in there could be changed to a capital I. Okay. But the person might not see it. This is not so obvious. You wouldn't see it so easily. Okay, so it becomes difficult for someone to easily see this, and they use this in communicating with someone else. So the person might think whatever email he is sending or receiving is coming from you. Okay, and there are so many ways they do this. They use so many attacks. They can use impersonation attacks where they have tools online, okay, that can send an email on your behalf without knowing your password. Okay. So as I sit here now, I can send an email on your behalf to your colleague without knowing your password. And there are so many tools people are using for that activity.
Great. So this also sounds like you're compromising one's identity. Is there another form, an identical thing that has got to do with this?
Perfect. So when it comes to the business email, the business identity compromise, okay, it's not so different from the business email compromise. But with the business identity compromise, the hackers are now going around paying people to record videos of their colleagues. Wow. How? Let's say I'm having a Zoom meeting with you. An attacker will come here, pay me and tell me that, okay, you know what, just get me a video recording between you and Mauli.
That's all.
That's all. And when you get that video, when they get that video, they are able to use that video to represent you, okay, as maybe Mauli somewhere else. So for example, usually you chat with your friends on Zoom, on WhatsApp video and co. When I initiate a call, I'm going to play your video now. So as your video is playing, they will think they are communicating with you. But the hacker is the one communicating with you here. Wow. So they are only buying your videos, your recorded videos, to defraud people.
Wow. That sounds really, really dangerous, because you'd have to compromise your data as well. So for persons who are not privy to this, how are they going to conduct managing their passwords? Should there be some variations in the passwords and all that? What from your point of view?
We've already started with giving the variations. So we always advise that you shouldn't use the same username and password across all other accounts. So because of that, we are saying that you should have different passwords for all your online accounts. Why are we saying this? Why are we saying this? If I should compromise one password, okay, to, let's say, your Facebook account, and that is the same password you use across all other accounts like Gmail, Yahoo and co, it means I could just pick the compromised one and try it against all these other ones, and I'll be successful since you use the same passwords. Also, we are saying that you should look at the length. We have people who have just 4-character passwords, 5-character passwords. That is not
so you should keep a more lengthier password.
At least 8 characters, 12 characters. Exactly. Okay. And also, like you said, you can also make it alphanumeric. So if my password is Mauli at GhanaWeb, I'm going to change all the A's into an @ sign. Okay. All the I's into a number. Okay, to make it a little bit difficult for someone to crack.
Vary the numbers a bit.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So for persons who
sorry for cutting you, but in addition to what I just said, okay, we have something we call the security questions. Okay. Excuse me to ask this question. Okay. Now, where were you born?
I was born in Togo, yes.
Okay. So, assuming this is also part of your security questions, now that I know you were born in Togo, don't you think that is a backdoor to get to your account? I'm going to pretend as if I am logging into my account, which is your account, and use Togo or use where I was born as my security question. Okay. Now I know where you were born, right? So I'll be able to log into your account. So the security question, we should always lie about it. Never give details.
The actual answer.
So now that you know this, let's try again. Where were you born?
I was born in Kumasi.
Kumasi, perfect. All right.
All right. Yeah, so Sicho, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. I'll just take a quick break. We'll be right back. Sure. I've been speaking with Sicho Elo, and he's the cybersecurity forensic analyst at the E-Crime Bureau, and we'll be learning about account takeovers and how to protect yourself and your business. I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with Sicho Elo, and he's the cybersecurity forensic analyst at the E-Crime Bureau, and we've been talking about account takeovers and how to protect yourself and your business. Sicho, I've been learning quite a lot from you. I want to come down to the consumer. So how would one know that they've been compromised by this form of account takeover fraud?
Okay, so it would be very difficult for someone to tell that he or she has been compromised. Okay, one thing you have to look out for is the red flags. Okay. Okay. You realize that all of a sudden you can't send images, you can't send pictures, you can't send messages, you can't send anything. Then you should know that yes, your account has been taken over by someone. Okay, so you just look out for the red flags. Maybe someone calls you telling you that he sent you a message, or you sent a message asking for some money. So once you know you've not done that, those are some of the red flags that you have to look out for.
Okay.
And I'm sure you show some of these to your viewers.
Okay. I know government has been doing its bit by sort of creating some awareness. I know we have the Cybersecurity Awareness Month and all of that. They've been doing their bit of it. But from your point of view as an expert, what do you think government should be doing more in terms of creating awareness about cyber fraud and all these cybersecurity breaches that some people experience?
Okay, I think that's a very good question, or a very good concern you have raised. But one thing I would say is that I believe, or I think it would be unfair if we say the government isn't doing anything when it comes to cybersecurity activities within the ecosystem. I believe that they are doing so many things. For example, the government was able to set up the Cybersecurity Authority, the CSA. Okay. Now, the CSA regulates all activities within the cyberspace, within the ecosystem. Now, the CSA is now bringing in some other things that we are supposed to look at. For example, we have the Cybersecurity Act that was just enacted by the country. Okay. Now, the Cybersecurity Act, the Act 1038, right? That act regulates activities in relation to the cyber activities and all that within the state, within the country. Okay. Also, there are other things that they are doing. Now, I don't want to give you spoilers, but one thing they are also doing is that they are going to license each and every cybersecurity institution in the country. Because you can't just have anyone come up saying that I'm a cybersecurity person, or I work with a cybersecurity firm. What shows that that firm has integrity. And they're also going to license all professionals. So if someone can just get up and say, I went to India or I went to US to do some ethical hacking course, so I am now a cyber analyst, or you can call me a cyber analyst. No. The person should have some integrity. Okay, so these are a few things that the government is doing.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so I want to come down to another key component of the fraud, which is mobile money. It keeps coming up almost every single year. I mean, the Bank of Ghana's latest report show that it's still rampant and it's still in the system and all of that. So for you, what do you make of account takeovers for mobile money accounts?
Okay, so I know before you started asking this, because I'm sure that you were thinking about some insiders who work with maybe the telcos. Okay. A lot of people have the same belief that insiders are always involved in this mobile money fraud. We don't have proof, we can't tell. Okay. But one question we should be asking ourselves is that, how do we keep our wallets safe? How do we keep our numbers? Okay. You walk into an institution and they are asking you to provide your number. Okay. What numbers do we put there?
Yeah, we go for a conference, they ask you to put in your name and
that
your
is
number.
One thing you should take into consideration. When you go for a security conference, okay, they ask you to provide your emails and maybe your number. You should be very careful. Don't provide anything which relates to you, because someone could use that to hack you later. Okay. So there are so many things that people should look out for. One question you should also be asking is that, how do these merchants who do this Momo thing, okay, how do they keep their book when it's full? Do you know that attackers go in to buy them? They just go in to buy that logbook.
No.
That's what they do, and there's a case we investigate.
They buy this from the telco?
No, they buy it from the merchants.
Okay.
Because now the book is full, they will no longer need it.
So they have to roll it over to another one.
Now, how do they even dispose it of? That is another question we should be asking. So when it comes to our numbers, there are so many ways an attacker could get hold of our numbers.
Okay, well, that's quite a lot. I've been learning a lot from you. Finally, we're wrapping up. I've been hearing this term, social engineering. What exactly is social engineering?
Okay, so social engineering is just a way an attacker or someone would trick you into divulging some sensitive information. And when we talk about social engineering, there are so many ways. Okay. Or there are so many types of social engineering. Now, let me just give you a few examples. Okay. We have something called phishing. Yeah. Okay. I've heard of phishing. Great. So phishing is just a way someone will trick you into giving out your credentials, like username and passwords, right? So, assuming I ask you to give me your password to your bank account, your online banking portal, are you going to do that? No. You won't do that. So I have to find a creative way of stealing that information from you. Okay. That is when I send you a link saying that suspicious activities have been noted on your account from Nigeria, which is not true.
Sometimes you see them in your emails as well.
Exactly, exactly. So I am only forcing you to go and click on that link. So as soon as you click on that link, you end up providing your credentials to me. And that is how simple it is.
I think some of them also come in the forms of these free, click here to get this free theme or this free money somewhere or something, but some money you never worked for and they're asking you to click on it for free.
And that is how come a friend of mine got compromised. She was on Facebook or Instagram, I think, and they were having this competition where you needed to vote for someone for the person to win. I think it was a hair contest or something. And she just received a message, from her colleague saying that, oh, my sister is in this contest. I want you to vote for her so she can win. Then they sent her a link. Okay, I have a screenshot. I'm sure you showed that to your viewers. So as soon as she clicked on the link, she was asked to re-authenticate into her Facebook account. And when she did that, the credentials went to the attacker. And that is how they leverage on social engineering.
She was just compromised at that point.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so Sicho, final words from you. You're an expert here at the E-Crime Bureau. What advice would you give to people out there, especially businesses, about account takeovers and how to protect themselves?
Okay, I will say that, because it's a practice here, it's a practice in the Bureau that you do not share so much information about yourself. You find ways and means of protecting your data, within your organization, because that's the only way attackers will be able to, steal some of your data. So you find creative ways of, keeping your data safe, securing them, maybe password protecting it, using some data loss prevention tools or softwares to do this. So there are so many things that people can also do to safeguard their data.
Okay.
And now that we are, I think this should be the last one. Now that we are approaching the festive season, I know a lot of people will be doing online shopping and all that. So please allow me to touch on that.
No problem.
Okay. Now, when it comes to online shopping, I know the Xmas season is approaching. We also have Black Friday and I think some Cyber Monday also approaching. People will be doing a lot
online
shopping. Now, you should be careful or be sure that you are not on a fake checkout page. Also be sure that you're not on a fake shopping page. Because if you're on a fake shopping page, it means that whatever you are doing there is going to an attacker, and the person is harvesting your credit card details. Cool. Okay. And also make sure that whatever you buy, don't post it online. Why am I saying this? Someone, an attacker, possibly, will later come back and say that, oh, he's a customer service person, and he realized that you purchased this maybe gifts or you purchase a particular stuff, and he wants to check if you are enjoying the product or if everything is working fine. Now, he's just doing that to gather information about you and later give you a fake coupon. Those coupons will later be used to extract your credit card information.
Without your knowledge.
Without your knowledge. So let's be very careful when it comes to online shopping.
Okay. Sicho, thank you so much. I've been learning quite a lot from you. Sicho Elo has been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. We've been talking about account takeovers and how to protect yourself and especially your business. He's been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Mali Aholemeka. Many thanks for watching.
Thank you, Mauli Aholomega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo terminated the appointment of the Minister of State in charge of Finance, Charles Edu Boahen, after snippets of Anas's expose surfaced online. A statement signed by the Director of Communications at the Jubilee House, Eugene Ahin, said after being made aware of the allegations leveled against the minister in the expose titled Galamsey Economy, the president spoke to Mr. Edu Boahen, after which he took the decision to terminate his appointment and also refer the matter to the special prosecutor for the investigations. The expose is set to capture the minister asking for an amount of $200,000 as an appearance fee to allow a potential businessman access to the Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia in a quest to situate a bank in Ghana. The National Tripartite Committee has increased the minimum wage to 14 cedis 88 pesos. This follows the conclusion of negotiations on the determination of the 2023 National Day Minimum Wage at its meeting held on Wednesday, November 16. The determination was based on Section 113(1)(a) of the Labour Act 2003 Act 651. At the end of the meeting, it was concluded that for the year 2023, the minimum wage will be pegged at 14 cedis 88 Ghana pesos, an increase in the NDMW by 10% over the 2022 NDMW. Another source of income has been disclosed by the Minister of Communications and Digitalization, Esla Owusu-Ekuful. According to her, the utilization of data can fetch the state huge sums of money when properly analyzed. Speaking in a media interview, Esla Owusu-Ekuful said government will focus on safeguarding data collected, analyzed and utilized properly for the better of the Ghanaian economy.
If you look at the revenues that these tech giants are generating from managing and analyzing and utilizing the data that we freely give them, the Facebooks, the Googles, the WhatsApps and all those mega platforms, then it gives effect to the saying that data is the new oil. Because if we effectively analyze and utilize this properly, it can generate a lot of revenue for the state, for our own development. So it's an area that we need to focus on critically as a matter of urgency going forward, as we look at other means of raising revenue to finance our own development. And we're determined to do that.
The Ghana Statistical Service has revealed that the producer price inflation rate for October 2022 was 65.2%. This means that between October 2021 and October 2022, the PPI increased by 65.1%, representing a 19.3 percentage points increase in producer inflation relative to the rate recorded in September 2022. The month-on-month change in the PPI between September and October 2022 was 15.4%. The Producer Price Index measures the average change over time in the prices received by domestic producers for the production of their goods and services. The Ghana Standards Authority has informed the public and more specifically importers of used vehicles that beginning January 1, 2023, all used vehicles imported into Ghana shall be accompanied by a valid certificate of conformance from an approved body. The certificate, according to the GSA, must demonstrate conformance of the used vehicle to requirements of the Ghana Standard for Used Vehicles, GS 4510-2022 road vehicles. This is in line with the Customs Amendment Act 2020, Section 61 of Act 891 amended and related legislation. Minister of Works and Housing, Francis Asensio-Boakye, has noted that proceeds from the sale of the Saglemi housing project will be reinvested into another affordable housing project. He made this disclosure at a press briefing held in Accra. Speaking on the sale of the Saglemi housing project, he said discussions were ongoing for a private sector developer to take over government's affordable housing projects. Francis Asensio-Boakye further stated that the developer will be in charge of selling the house units when completed. That's it for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media pages. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are at GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Have a pleasant weekend.
space for the UNESCO bill for this week, which he did.
Unfortunately, the minister and his two deputies, none of them is showing up for the second reading of the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the majority leader what is happening to the minister and his deputies, that none of them, either they are not interested in the bill or whatever is happening. Because this bill is an international organization, and we need to pass it before the end of the year. And here we are now, nobody is, the ministry is not showing interest in the bill. And I want the majority leader to advise us what to do. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Bill.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to join in thanking the Business Committee for the work done. Mr. Speaker, the Agri Minister somewhere for 2 weeks ago came to the House to answer a question, and the data he provided was actually rejected because he himself could not defend it. He agreed, Agri Minister, he agreed he was going to get back to the House with the correct data. Mr. Speaker, this data in a way will help us in considering even the estimates coming from them. I don't see him being scheduled here or any indication that he will be appearing to correct the information he provided, which he himself could not defend on that day. That is my first concern. Mr. Speaker, my other concern in the statement is that you observe item 3. The Business Committee keeps urging the House to expedite action in looking at the estimates before the various committees when they do come. But the committees will only work when the MDAs present such estimates. Instead of just encouraging them, there should be much more effort in getting them to make these estimates available so committees can work. Just as they have given indicative schedule for submission of reports and motions to be moved, I think the same thing should be done to these ministries, departments, and agencies. There should be a deadline as to when they are bringing the estimates. It is not the day we schedule to meet them. Then they will rush and come and present those estimates at the committee level, and you do not have enough time to go through them. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the business statements today, it is an indication of why we must not even be rushed. Because if you look at page 6 of the business statement, because the committee was in a hurry, they were quoting dates 2021. You go to page 9, they have done the same thing. You go to page 11, they have done the same thing. The dates they are quoting there are wrong. We have long passed 2021. But because they are being put under pressure to rush and do things, they have brought us a business statement to approve that is indicating 2021, when we should have been talking about 2023. So we must not be rushed in doing our work.
Otherwise, we make mistakes.
Otherwise, we'll be making mistakes. And when we make mistakes in approving the estimates and the appropriation, it will cause more harm. We don't want to cause a lot of harm, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for admitting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for admitting one of my agent questions. But one of the communities, I just want to draw your attention. The last community is Abamba and not Abam, so that maybe you take note when we are putting it on the order paper. It's spelled A-B-A-M-B-A, Abamba.
Very well. Yes. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there was a question advertised last week, the week ending 25th of November. It was supposed to be taken on Tuesday. The question number is 1280. It was in respect of it was supposed to be addressed by the Trade Minister. There was some money disbursed through Ghana Exim Bank to some number of companies. So as a member of the Trade Committee, I filed a question for the Minister to come to the floor to tell us how the disbursement was done. But the question was scheduled and it didn't appear in the order paper. So I just want to seek your leave for the leader to program it for next week so that the Minister can attend to the question for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, leader, may you respond to them?
Mr. Speaker, the first issue raised by the ranking member on education is in respect of a bill, a private member's bill that's been introduced in the House, and it relates to the uncapping of the GET funds. The Speaker is asking the UNESCO bill, not the uncapping. Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, I heard wrongly. I heard the uncapping bill. The UNESCO bill, yes, we have to deal with it. And I think it comes with some urgency. So certainly we have to deal with it. Yesterday, I spoke to the table office in respect of, I think, one other protocol that we need to attend to. So we have to look at that one as well. I think it's about cross-border transactions or something. But it's come before us, and it requires to be action on it requires to be taken in the shortest possible time. Right. So we'll deal with that. I'll touch base with the table office and see what to do. The Honourable Kofi Adams raised some issues about some wrong or incorrect information that came from the Minister responsible for agriculture. And he said to me that he pledged to come with the relevant information. He was here yesterday, and if you have raised it, I would have touched base with him. But I'll take note of it and have a discussion with him to see when he can submit the relevant information in that regard. Yes, you raised an issue about when the estimates should be coming. What it is that if we have not approved of the policy underpinning the budget, technically you cannot submit the estimate to the House. That is what it is. We are closing the debate on Tuesday, and so certainly after Tuesday, the reports, the estimates will be availed to the various committees. But even before we get there, I can assure that by the close of day, some of them will be ready. I'm informed that about 22 of the estimates will be ready by the close of day today. So, given the fact that we have a long weekend, the relevant committees can then attend to them, even before we get to the watershed, that is approving the principles underpinning the budget. So, 22 of them will be availed by close of day today. Which is why the paragraph 3 that you refer to, the first bullet 3, the first paragraph recognizes that the MDAs should endeavor to submit their heads of estimates very early. So we recognize that. And we're not just placing the burden on the committees to scrutinize the estimates, but that before we get there, the information should be available to the committees. If you are taking time to read first paragraph or bullet 3, it's contained there. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Sanja Nanja is relating to a misspelling of one of the settlements in this constituency. I think the table office can easily do that. Maybe your own handwriting was so clear. I said maybe. But the table officers will take note and effect the appropriate correction. The Speaker, the Honorable Member for Nalerigo Gambaga is also relating to the disbursement of some money. I said it was admitted and indeed advertised last week. And you want a reinstatement of the question. We will attend to that. Let me draw my attention to the number of that question so that we could add it to the Minister responsible for trade if it's scheduled to come here, so that it will be part of the issues that he may have to respond to. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, let him come to a champion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the majority. There's a small typo. The attachment, the last list, financial bills appropriation bill. If you look at the dates of the motion, it's written Monday, 19th December 2021.
Yes, let him come to South
South. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the business statement. Speaker, leader in answering the first batch of questions indicated to the House that until the principles are debated and concluded, the estimates won't be brought. But Speaker, on today's order paper, the Roads and Transport Committee, for instance, is scheduled to meet on Monday for purposes of considering the estimates for their respective ministries. And today is Thursday. And I'm wondering how Monday the committee can work to consider those estimates if they don't have them over the weekend. So I want to plead with him. There may be a practice that after the principles are debated, before the estimates are brought, but we want the estimates timeously. So we, as a House, we can debate from that practice, that as soon as the budget comes, they should come with the estimates, so we can consider them. No, because from the answers that he himself provided, the Transport Committee is meeting on Monday. They may not have the estimates to meet and discuss. So if you can reconcile that for me, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Suhini.
I
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this week's business statement. Mr. Speaker, going through the order paper for this week, Mr. Speaker, going through the order paper for this week, one motion that featured, prominently is, I think, even on the order paper for today, motion 17, that this Honourable House adopts the report of the ad hoc committee on the motion of censure against the Honourable Minister of Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, going through the business for next week, this very important motion that many citizens and non-citizens with interest in our economy are very expectant of, does not find space. Yes, does not find space in the business statement that has been presented. I do appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, that we'll have extended sittings and it will begin on Monday. The debate is still underway, but the debate ends on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, and that is a debate on the policy statement. The motion that we are currently debating will end on Tuesday. And if you look at the order of business, Wednesday doesn't seem that busy in terms of the motions and papers to present, same as Thursday. I was just wondering, Mr. Speaker, if leadership cannot consider that this very, very important motion that has national and international consequences, is considered between Wednesday and Thursday. Thank you.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Champion was operating from the seat of the member for who raised an issue which had already been raised, and that really is a type the table officers must look to clean it up. The Speaker, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Roxanne Nelson Afiamapo, was relating to some estimates which have been programmed for consideration. What I said was that technically, if we have not approved of the budget, the estimates ensuing from the budget cannot be brought. So normally we close the consideration of the principles before the estimates are brought. However, given the circumstances that we find ourselves in, by the close of day today, 22 are going to be availed. 22, I didn't say 2. 22 are going to be availed by the close of day today to enable the committees that have been programmed to deal with it. That is why I said to you that maybe you were not hearing me through entirely. So that's what I said. The Honourable Zuini, well, some kind of friend. Yes, Speaker, he raised an issue with respect of item 17 for today. It cannot be abandoned. I mean, I'm sure, given the events of today, we may not be able to. We can't do it today. So certainly we'll find space for it, adequate space for it in the fullness of time. During the debate of the budget, the debate on the budget will swallow this matter, and yet it's a very serious matter. So we'll bring it to the front burner after some consultations amongst us. Maybe either next week or perhaps when we are through with this. Certainly before this House takes an adjournment, would have done justice to the motion. So it's not as if anybody is wishing it away. It will be attended to in the fullness of time. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, thank you very much. Just to remind the leader of government business the very important issue the Honorable Alas and Suine have raised. The outstanding motions of censure, one pursuant to Article 82 and the other two Article 82 in respect of the Finance Minister and the Health Minister. Mr. Speaker, if we are not able to take them today, we will assume rightly that they are to be deferred to be part of the business next week. And therefore, you must accordingly direct the chairman of the business and the business committee to take note. And then, particularly on the motion of censure in respect of the finance minister, the words in Article 82 does not give Parliament perpetuity to discuss the matter. We are within defined time limits to consider the motion and take decision as appropriate. So whatever committee has been set up, we need to bring closure to it. I'm aware that it may be an exercise in failure if I don't get the cooperation of the majority, because they are now backtracking, Mr. Speaker. Those courageous 98 gallant MPs, okay, majority MPs, as our co-leader at his press conference, if they cooperate, Mr. Speaker, we will be very successful in getting a new Minister for Finance for Ghana and exiting Kenufrata. If you don't cooperate, our exercise may end in failure because we don't have the threshold of the 2/3 majority required of 183. Some people may change their mind after today, and you may change your mind to come and support. So, Mr. Speaker, those motions, and for me, it's for the record, I want us to vote on them, secret ballot. Then my side gets registered where we stood in the course of history and time when this country was subjected to unacceptable hardship. Then, leader, I said we needed the Minister for Interior and Defense and Lands and Forestry to come and brief us on the state of the failing Galamsey fight and the continuous harm and destruction they are doing to our water bodies. Every other time I've raised this, I don't seem to be getting it. Parliament will soon rise if we focus on the budget. Then, Mr. Speaker, he's answered it already. Mr. Speaker, when we get to approval of budget estimates and ministers don't appear in person by themselves, we will not support the approval of the budgetary allocations to those ministers. We will not do it. So ministers must take this House very seriously, that only ministers so appointed by President Nana Addo Dankwa to oversee the sectors must rise on their seats to move motion to ask for budgetary allocation and approval by this House. Failure to do so, leader, you are assured that we will stand down a number of those motions. I've asked the Committee on Health, Akando, if you come minus Agenda 111 accountability on health to this floor, your health budget will suffer. We will hold this government accountable. We intend to strengthen oversight, and we will do so standing here. So, ministers, if you think you can take Parliament for granted and take the majority leader for granted, because he's now aspiring to go higher, he's been undermined from his back. Mr. Speaker, so ministers, Mr. Speaker, when we get there, Mr. Speaker, we will indulge you. Don't protect or save any minister. If you are not interested in money to work, we'll help you to sit home. So if ministers don't appear in person to move motions for the budgetary allocation, they should expect the fiercest of resistance from this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, with that, what if they are in?
Yes. Honorable, let me, I'll come to you. I'll come to you. Let me listen to James. Yes, Honorable James Agaga.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek your guidance, particularly in relation to item number 3 on committee reports on estimates of MDAs and other institutions and related motions. Now, Mr. Speaker, in relation to this item, I'd like to refer you to section 34 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, which, with your permission, I would read before I make my point. The submission of half-yearly reports on budget implementation, and it reads as follows. The Minister shall submit to Parliament not later than the 30th day of the months of January and July of each year a half-yearly report on budget implementation performance. The language here is couched in mandatory terms. The Minister shall. Now, in respect of the Ministry of National Security, Mr. Speaker, we have had running battles with them in respect of the submission of this report. I think 2 days ago, the majority leader presented a report on behalf of the Minister for Finance. At a time when same had already been presented and referred to the committee programmed to meet with them. We met with their counterparts, Defense, Interior, but National Security refused to show up. And so we took it that they had failed to discharge a certain obligation, key obligation, as stipulated under this law. Now the point is, having failed to do so, well, my colleagues say refused. The majority leader then subsequently lays the same report which was laid and referred to us. But assuming that the second laying is even proper, the point I'm making is that the law has been breached because the section 34 says it must be laid between the months of January and July. Now we are in December. If it was laid only 2 days ago, how should the committee proceed in relation to the consideration of the budget estimates of that ministry, given the fact that they are in breach of this law? So, Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance on this matter so that the Committee for Defense and Interior would act appropriately in dealing with the Ministry for National Security.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before leader comes in with the other issues, I would like to briefly respond to the issue of censure as raised by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, this is a house that respects rules and procedure. And he knows that this house did not hesitate in making referral to a committee, a referral that the minority opposed and were not in support, but reluctantly accepted. Mr. Speaker, the whole of Ghana watched the evidence they led. The whole of Ghana watched the evidence they led. And the whole of Ghana listened to the finance minister on the so-called allegations, to the extent that the committee unanimously dropped 2 of the grounds. Mr. Speaker, we've read the report. Mr. Speaker, the report will come before the House. Nobody
is against the process. So he shouldn't create any impression. This is where I want to, the mischief the minority leader wants to create. He shouldn't create any impression that somebody doesn't want this censure motion, which has already failed, from coming to an end. It has already failed. Who told you are going to get any support from this side? We have told you that it's a political motion. We will not support you. We made it clear. So that imaginative number you are thinking of, you won't get any support. We will debate you on that day and prove to you that it is a personal attack on the finance minister. We'll let you know, like we told you. So, Mr. Speaker, there should not be under any impression that there's going to be any so-called secret ballot and you are going to have somebody to support you. To support what? It is your NDC matter. You don't have the numbers. Allow us to run our government. We, the majority, we are solidly behind. Yes. I'm telling you, we are the majority. And our internal matters are for us to deal with. It's not for you to interfere in our internal matters. So you know that your motion has failed. That's all I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let's allow this one to lie down. We are on business statement. Let me allow the majority leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Speaker. Just take your seat first.
Mr. Speaker.
Be on your seat.
The minority leader raised an issue in respect of an outstanding matter dealing with the fight against Galamsey. It says that the Minister of Interior should come to brief the House on the status of that fight. I think it's a relevant issue that has raised. I don't know whether it's come by way of a formal invitation to the House from the Speaker's office. I don't know of that. But maybe we can have some chats on that to see where to locate it in the business of next week or the week after. The Speaker, the minority leader again raised an issue relating to the vote on censure, and is right to relate to Article 82 clause 3, which provides that the motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt by the Speaker of the notice for the motion. I guess that is what he was referring to, the 14-day rule. I guess the House is not oblivious. The House is not oblivious of that. And what you began in the chamber is necessarily part of a debate. So we are not statute barred to consider it in the fullness of time, because you started the debate and then it was referred to a committee. So I believe that you can go under that to have it resurrected in the fullness of time. So I'm not too sure that any of us is going to raise this matter in respect of Article 82.3 to say that it should be eternally frozen. We'll get to it. And when we get there, we can sufficiently debate the report from the committee. The Speaker, the leader, also the minority leader, related to the fact that the consideration of the estimate should be led by the ministers. It's only the consideration of the report, even before the committees. Before the committees, we expect the ministers to be there. So the ministers should take a cue, and once the referral of the estimates go to the committees, just to say that unguided missiles should be guided. No, so. Mr. Speaker, so I'm just adding to what the minority leader, the indication he has given in respect of ministers coming to the House to lead the discussion or deliberation on the approval of their estimates. I'm just adding that even before the committees, they should avail themselves so that everything will be smoothed out. The Honorable Agaga is saying that the National Security Minister refused to show up at a location where we're going to interrogate the half-yearly reports from the ministry. I don't know from where you are deriving your strength. That is to say that the minister refused to do that, to show, to put in appearance. If you say that the minister was unable to be there, that may be acceptable. But once you indicate that the minister refused to be there, then you are telling the House that he deliberately, willful intent, he deliberately decided not to be there. Mr. Speaker, you cannot say that. To the extent that you don't have any evidence leading to that, you can't say that the minister refused to be there. The minister was not present when you required to engage him. That may be a legitimate issue to raise. And we'll communicate same to him that he must find space to meet the committee. I think it's proper. But to insist that the minister refused to be there, how can you lead evidence to that? You cannot. He was not there on 2 occasions. You wrote to him, and there was no response on 2 occasions, and there was no response. And as far as you are concerned, he refused to appear. You cannot come to that conclusion. You know you cannot come to that conclusion. Mr. Speaker, but I think the important thing is for the minister to avail himself at the proper time defined, so that you are able to engage him on behalf of Parliament, because the work that you are doing or required to do is on behalf of Parliament. So if Parliament wants to engage and you are not available, assuming the time on a date was inconvenient, you should give us a suitable time and the committee will meet him. So we'll communicate that that matter is outstanding and that it has to be done. Mr. Speaker, but having said so, I keep insisting that this reliance on the Public Financial Management Act is unhelpful. I insist that as soon as the budget cycle starts playing out, after the
Honourable members, there are so many discussions going on. Please, let's give the leader the needed attention. We need to hear what he's saying, please.
As I'm saying, as soon as the budget cycle starts playing out, the committees are required to follow through the application of the resources granted to the various MDs. You don't even have to wait half yearly before reports are submitted, before you come to activate your own function. That is the oversight responsibility. A month, 2 months, 3 months into the year, committees should be tasked to follow through the various MDAs, the application of the resources granted them. So, whilst agreeing with you that these things must be responded to, committees should know their responsibility of oversight. You shouldn't wait until half year or maybe the year ends. You are looking at reports from the Public Accounts Committee. That is not the entirety of the function of oversight. Immediately the budget starts playing out, rolling out, we should follow the various MDAs, the way they are implementing their programs and projects, and submit reports to us. Unfortunately, we seem to think that if matters are not referred to committees in plenary. Committees cannot work. I disagree. Maybe it's for purposes of clarity that the new standing orders is emphasizing this, that committees must be proactive. And then whilst we are at it, I think it's important for us to bring this matter in respect of the approval of the new standing orders to a closure before this House adjourns on the 31st of December. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, the business statement for the 7-week as presented and has been discussed thoroughly is hereby adopted. Yes. Any indication?
Speaker, I guess we are ready to continue with the debate. We are ready to continue with the debate. So, starting from our side, Dr. Kingsley Nyako will lead the debate, and the list has duly been submitted as discussed. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable members, yesterday before we adjourned, leader indicated that because we still have a lot of the ministries to cover, we are not going to stick to the 15 minutes allotted to ranking members and 10 minutes to the ordinary members. So leader indicated that we restrict ourselves to 10 minutes and 8 minutes. So if that pleases you, then we may go that way. Else, I was going to say we give ranking members 12 minutes, then we give ordinary members 8 minutes. So 12 and other members 8. So I think we are all okay with that. Very well. So we will begin with Honourable Member for Padaso, Honourable Kingsley Nyako.
Honourable Speaker, I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to speak to the motion number 8, that this Honourable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2023, moved on Thursday, 24th November 2022, by the Honourable Minister of Finance, Mr. Ken Oforiatta, and seconded on Tuesday, 29th November 2022, by the Honourable Member for Efia, Mr. Joseph Kujo. Honourable Speaker, on Tuesday, I listened to the Deputy Ranking on the Finance Committee, Mr. Isaac Adongo, trying to jettison his own end career as a finance person. And I don't know if he's aspiring to be a soccer coach or a soccer pundit or a soccer commentator. He tried to link a footballer by name Harry Maguire to the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. And in so doing, he messed up woefully. And I will encourage him that if he desires to be a soccer pundit, he should sit at the feet of the legendary Kwabena Yeboah so that he can learn it better. Because what he said was so appalling and wrong. And I will demonstrate to him that he got it all wrong. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the Honorable Isaac Adongo is aware that when we took over power in the year 2017, we were able to grow the economy averagely by 7%. Right, Honorable Speaker, we grew the economy by 7% averagely. Between 2013 and 16, they grew the economy averagely by 2.8%. So how do you conveniently say that we didn't do better? When it comes to the fiscal deficit, we made fiscal deficit at 6.8% in 2016 based on rebased GDP figures, and we brought it down in 2018 to 3.8%. 2019 we brought it down to 4.8%. Right, Mr. Speaker, these were all below the Fiscal Responsibility Threshold Act of 5%. Right, Mr. Speaker, it is also true that we met inflation at 15.4%. We brought it down to 7.9% in 2019, and we kept it in single digits till 2021 when it was 9.98%. It is also true that as we speak, inflation is 40.4%. Honorable Speaker, we were there before. In the year 2008, when we won election, we had inflation figure of 40.8%. Honorable Speaker, the first time in our history in 20 years, we were able to record trade surpluses in 2018, 2019, and 2017. Trade surpluses by this administration. And the Vice President of the Republic was part of the team that was able to achieve this notable record. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the council depreciation, I want to tell my colleagues that they should check that between 2013 and 15, our currency depreciated by 18.7%. When we took over between 2017 and 2019, depreciation of the cedi was 8.7%. So I'm telling you that before the pandemic, the economy was robust, we were doing well. Honorable Speaker, what is happening to us as a nation, we all do know, is something that is global, something that is exogenous. It is not peculiar.
Honourable Member, I understand you are debating on education.
I'll come in that because Honorable Speaker, I need to respond to him first because what he said was wrong. Honorable Speaker, he raised the issue of the position of the city. Honorable Speaker, I want to let him understand, but we have done so well when it comes to the position of the city before the COVID experience and the Ukraine-Russian war. Mr. Speaker, I have here World Economic Forum report on 16 September 2022 that says the title of the report is "The Strength of the US Dollar is Hurting Other Currencies." Mr. Speaker, the US dollar is gaining strength against almost all trading currencies in the world. So, Ghana, we are not an exclusive country because of what is happening in the world. Honorable Speaker, it is also true that when it comes to policy rates, when we took over, the policy rate by the central bank was 25.5%. We brought it down to as low as 16% in the year 2019. And it has gone up to 24.5% because the central bank is using monetary policies to address the inflation pressures and the rising prices of goods and services. That's the reason why it has gone up. So if you're a finance expert, you should understand some of these interventions that the central government is putting in place. Honorable Speaker, whether it is education or finance or Wealth and Housing Ministry or sector, all we can do is based on how robust the economy is. So if your financials are not strong, You wouldn't have the fiscal space to be able to embark on the infrastructure that we need in other sectors. Honorable Speaker, I want us to understand, when it comes to the education sector, this government has done so well. You cannot convince me as the vice president who has spearheaded an economy that has been able to deliver free senior high school is not performing. Honorable Speaker, this year we have allocated about 3 billion cedis to support the free senior high school education program. And this intervention is helping numerous of our children to access education at the secondary school level. As we speak, in 2017, Honorable Speaker, we had about 800 of our children enrolled at the senior high school level. As we speak, we have about 1.3 million of them. The addition, Honorable Speaker, without this intervention, we have gotten the opportunity to access education at that level. So when it comes to education, Honorable Speaker, we have acquitted ourselves so well. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the budget, you also realize that when it comes to tertiary education...
Honorable Member, your time is up. You should begin to...
Honorable Speaker, in winding up, when it comes to tertiary education, I was very happy when the Ministry of Education decided to have a program, an engineering program for non-science students. Over the years, it is assumed that if you don't have maths background, you cannot do engineering program. But now we are saying that if even you don't have maths background, there is a pre-foundation program that can prepare you for you to access engineering programs. All these are done to build a solid economy that is prosperous and progressive, economy that will be able to transform the growth of this country. Honorable Speaker, on this call, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I also want to put on record that when it comes to merging the economy, the Vice President, the President of this country are best to none. Thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, as I said earlier, we've cut down the time and we expect that members will also cooperate. So we are not going to entertain any interjections and that kind of, I'm not going to entertain that. So please, let's allow the debate to flow. Yes, we will come to the ranking of education. Honorable Peter Noche. You have 12 minutes. You are a ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget estimates of policy for 2023. Mr. Speaker, to begin with, I want this House to know that education as we have it in Ghana now is in complete shambles. Shambles because for the first time in the history of education in this country, teachers at all levels have gone on strike. Teachers at the basic school were on strike. Senior high school level, they were on strike. Universities, they were on strike. At the same time, it has never happened in the history of this country. And we should not be happy about it. Education is very, very important, and the needed attention must be paid to education in this country. Mr. Speaker, we all know very well that the foundation for education in this country is at the basic level. But what do we see? We see a declining resource allocation to basic education in this country. In 2014, we had almost 23% of the budget for education for basic level. But by this year, it has gone down to less than 15%. Mr. Speaker, if we don't pay attention to basic education in this country and think that secondary education is more important, we are not doing anything good to education in this country. If you go to our basic schools now, the structures are not there. Over 5,000 basic schools in this country are operating under trees. And we are happy that
we are promoting education in this country. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the budget estimate or the policy, it was reported that 40 basic school infrastructure projects were completed and handed over in 2022. A whole country, only 40 basic school infrastructure. Why? And the minister is happy to report this to the country, that they were able to complete only 40, whilst we have over 5,000 basic schools and trees in this country. What are we doing with the resources that are allocated for education in this country? Mr. Speaker, if you look at what is happening, you will realize that most of the schools that we have don't have furniture. You go to some of the schools, they sit on stone to learn. Some bring kitchen stools to school to study. And Mr. Speaker, we are happy as a nation saying that we are giving allocation of resources to education in this country. Mr. Speaker, if you still look at the basic level, we talk so much about textbooks. And the minister promised us that they were going to supply textbooks to all the schools. Let me say that he had made some efforts, but the effort was not as expected, because the textbook supplied now is one textbook to 5 pupils on the average, which is not the best. We should aim at 1:1 child in every basic school, so that as the children go to school and they sit down, they have one textbook to one child. This is not being done because the allocation for Get Fund is not even getting to them. And the publishers of these books are now crying for payment because they had to go for bank overdraft to print the textbooks. Some imported the materials in dollars. And at the time they imported the materials, cost of the dollar was 1 cedi to about 7 cedis. Now it is 15 cedis. How are they going to pay for the cost of publishing the textbooks for the various schools in this country? Mr. Speaker, if you also look at the budget, we are told that at the secondary school level, they completed only 21 projects for 2022. Why? So many projects that are ongoing. This is because Get Fund is not getting money to pay for the textbooks, for the buildings that have been constructed for senior high school. So the contractors have abandoned their projects. Mr. Speaker, the major source of funding education in this country is resources made available to Get Fund. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, in the budget estimates, the 2.5 VAT will realize for the government 3.6 billion Ghana cedis. But only 1.8 billion will be given to Get Fund, which is 50%. And out of this 50% that will be given to Get Fund, there is an instruction to cut their resources by 30%. And then a further recapping is being done. So in effect, Get Fund will not get 1.8 billion that is expected to be given to them. Mr. Speaker, that is why it is important that this House makes sure that allocations that are made to agencies like Get Fund are protected so that they will be able to deliver on their mandate. As we speak now, almost everything about education is funded by Get Fund. You look at teacher training allowances, it's Get Fund. Provision of vehicles is Get Fund. Provision of furniture is Get Fund. Construction of classroom blocks is Get Fund. Everything about education is Get Fund. Why are we putting so much pressure on them? So, if care is not taken, we are going to make sure that Get Fund is overburdened, and then in the near future, everything will be over with Get Fund. Because right now, they are depending on the Dachi bond, and that is making them even leave and then pay some contractors. So, if the little that is allocated to them is not even given to them, because the allocation for 2022, not even 20% to 30% has been given to them. So they are waiting for money. And that's why contractors are not being paid, students' allowances are not being paid, scholarships are not being paid. So Get Fund is not getting money to do its business. Mr. Speaker, we have come to a situation where the universities are also, teachers are on strike. So the academic calendar for tertiary institutions is going to be affected because government has failed to meet the demands of the university lectures. So if you look at a statement issued by UTAG yesterday, it is very worrying. And what is even worrying is that the government is freezing employment in the public sector. And we want the Minister for Finance, I hope they are listening, to tell us whether the freeze on employment is going to affect the recruitment of teachers. Because by estimate, we have over 52,000 vacancies in basic schools in the country. And if not for national service, the vacuum or the vacancies would have exploded in our faces. So we want to find out from the Ministry of Finance whether recruitment of teachers is also going to be affected. Because I remember very well that in 2015, under the IMF conditions, employment of teachers and nurses were excluded from the condition. So we want to know whether teachers will be employed for the various schools that are in need of teachers. Because if the freeze will affect the recruitment of teachers, it means that our schools will remain empty for many years to come. So the Ministry of Finance must come clear and explain which critical areas will get the opportunity to employ workers. And I want to remind them that teaching is very, very important. If we want education to develop in this country, we must make sure that adequate employment opportunities are given to teachers. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the estimates again, you will realize that the talking about teacher licensure, we have spoken about this thing several times, that it is important that we license teachers. But the rate at which the teachers are being, I wouldn't like to say being failed, are unable to pass the examination is giving concern and worrying teachers a lot. That having gone through teacher education for 3-4 years, only to be made to sit for an examination in 1.5 hours, and they are told that they are not qualified to teach as teachers, is very worrisome. And there's the need for the Minister of Education to do something about it as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the situation also, we will realize that there's only a 0.5% increment in budgetary allocation to education in the country or in the budget, because we have 18 billion as allocation, as against 16.4 billion last year. What it means is that Ghana is still unable to meet the SDG4 goals of making sure that we have 15 to 20% of public expenditure on education. Because we are unable to do this, we are making it difficult for the education development to stagger in the country. And I feel that there's the need for us as a nation to up our game so that we meet international standards that are prescribed for us as far as education is concerned. So there's the need for the Minister of Education and the Minister of Finance to make sure that budgetary allocation to the education sector is increased in years to come, so that we can meet the SDG goal 4. Mr. Speaker, we have also realized that it is important as a nation
to make sure that the provision of food for schools,
that is the school feeding program. Payment is made regularly to
Honorable Rankin, you should begin to descend for landing.
Yeah, I will land very soon. Mr. Speaker, it is unheard of to pay 97 pesos to caterers to cook for pupils. And I don't know what they are even cooking for them. Because with 97 pesos, I don't know what nutritious food they will get. So also is with the secondary schools. They must up the feeding fee for them so that they will be able to feed the students for us as quickly and then as best as they can. So, Mr. Speaker, my appeal to the Minister for Finance is to review the school feeding fee for basic schools so that our students will be fed properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Dr. Hamid Amma.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute on the motion for the approval of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2023. Mr. Speaker, bring clarity to it. Mr. Speaker, there is no international benchmark anywhere that says that a country is required to have a minimum of 15% of your budgetary allocation towards education. There is nothing like that. It is just a general consensus. And therefore, Ghana has not broken any international benchmark. There is no requirement on the SDG that a country should have 15 to 20% of its budgetary allocation on education. So my colleague is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budget, he makes mention of the fact that there are vacancies and how government is going to provide opportunity for teachers to be in the schools in the areas where there are no teachers. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education recognized that there are a lot of teachers in some areas, whilst there are others not in other areas. What the ministry intends to do is to bring efficiency in teacher deployment. Efficiency means redistribution of teachers from areas that have more teachers to areas that have limited teachers. That will bring efficiency in public expenditure than continuously recruiting staff in areas that they need. And so this budget seeks to do that: teacher deployment, teacher redistribution, a new policy being developed to be able to achieve that. Mr. Speaker, he mentions the issues about basic education not receiving support. Mr. Speaker, the basic education has been one of the key policy priority of this government, and there has been several interventions in the basic education sector. Mr. Speaker, as I continue, I will provide enough evidence to this House to suggest how basic education has been improved. But let me continue by highlighting on the issue of teachers. And the honorable member made mention of the fact that teachers have gone through 4 years of education and they are now being asked to write examinations. Mr. Speaker, I was trained here as a teacher, and I know how difficult it was to be a qualified teacher in England and in Scotland. The government's policy intention, as expressed in this budget, is to ensure that teacher education becomes a professional institution. Teachers are recognized as professionals and not a vocation. And to be able to bring teacher education at parity to other professional bodies or other professions like medical and dental profession, like legal education. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason that the 2008 Education Act 778, which has been repealed, envisaged and created the National Teaching Council. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues for 8 years could not implement that policy until we came back to do that. Mr. Speaker, the intention is that if you say that you are a profession, then you must be regulated. And so the establishment of the National Teaching Council has become a body with responsibility to regulate and provide professional standards. Mr. Speaker, today the Ghanaian teacher is as well trained as a teacher in England, or a teacher in Scotland, or a teacher in Wales, because we now have professional standards that have been developed, professional standards that teachers are following and they are very proud of. Now, this is the time that a person can be proud to call themselves a teacher, because you are now recognized and you are licensed. And there's so much pride in that. It is only under this government that this policy intention was created and has been implemented. They could not get the courage to implement this licensure regime. Mr. Speaker, given the fact that when you go through the teacher education sector, if you pick the basic schools, the teachers that we are training, previously they had diploma. Mr. Speaker, as the world is evolving, the knowledge that the teacher requires to teach at the primary school and junior secondary school was found to be inadequate. For this reason, for the first time in the history of this country, teachers were enrolled into a 4-year degree program. Mr. Speaker, I was fortunate to have been part of the team that developed the teacher education curriculum at the tertiary level. Mr. Speaker, 4 years of teacher education offers you much more opportunity to understand, go through the rudiment of not only the pedagogical aspect of teaching, but also the content and professional aptitude and professional standard. And this is what this government has offered to the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, the government also recognized that the knowledge that the teacher acquires is not adequate to take the teacher through the continuum of his professional career, for which reason this government has initiated professional development opportunities. And to the extent that fundings have made available 1,200 Ghana cedis made available for professional development. As the budget clearly indicated, more than 90,000 teachers have undergone professional development. Mr. Speaker, nobody can give what it does not have. One of the famous mathematicians, George Polya, made this profound statement that you cannot give what you don't have. And so if we want quality education, we want improved learning outcomes, then we need highly skilled, highly trained teachers to be able to achieve that. And this is what the government seeks to do. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the SDGs, there is an imperative for government to ensure that there is equal access to education at all levels. This includes children who are out of schools. Our colleagues there, in their time, could not address the issues of out of school children. We have deliberately developed policies and programs, including the back to school program, so that teachers, pupils who are unable for some reason to complete education can now get back to school. There are issues of teenage pregnancy. The last time, as at May 2021, there were about 687 young girls in the Upper West region who were pregnant and could not access education. They cannot be denied education as a result of that teenage pregnancy. And so the government has initiated a back to school campaign to ensure that these children are brought back to school. Mr. Speaker, when you look at our library facilities, if you want to improve literacy, then you must afford them the instructional resources to improve this literacy. And that will include the provision of library facilities. Mr. Speaker, between 1957 to 2017,
Honourable Member, begin to wind up, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thought I had 50 minutes as a leader, as a vice chairman.
You are
Mr.
right.
Speaker, so when you look at the library facilities available, this government has increased library facilities much more from 2017 to 2022, to the extent that from 1957 up to 2017, the libraries that have been added within 2017 to 2022 far outweighs that period. Mr. Speaker, I would want to go on to the free senior high school. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues here have deliberately.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, our colleagues have deliberately found every opportunity to undermine free SHS and bastardize the free SHS. Mr. Speaker, the free SHS is the most impactful policy that any government has made. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, when you want to look at the learning outcomes of any education system, assessment is very, very important. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the results, WASI has published the 2022 result. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, Ghanaian students, more than 60% of the students have passed the WASI exams. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yes, let me come to Honorable Clementa Park.
Thank you.
Honorable, hold on. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, yes, the debates will flow. Before then, I've related to my colleague. And Speaker, we want to fittingly vary the order of business and lay some papers, after which we'll continue with the debate. Speaker, if you permit me. Yes, just laying. You're just laying papers.
Yes, leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, yes, we due our attention. The chair of the finance committee, they have other businesses. They have other businesses outside the chamber, so they wanted to lay their report so that we can continue the debate. We don't have any objection to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Which paper are you laying, please?
Speaker, on the commencement of public business, we've taken item 7B on page 2, 7B II, V.
IV of?
No, Speaker, we exclude IV. We exclude IV and jump onto V. And continue to page 3 and take VI, VII, and then finally on page 5, we take X.
So it means we are not doing VIII and IX.
Exactly so, Speaker.
Okay. Very well. Honourable members, come with me to page 2. Page 2, item listed 7. On today's order paper, we are doing 7B. 7B. So you begin with BI, the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import get fund levy, import NHIL, import VAT, EXIM levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 9,481,884 euros 6 cents on materials and equipment required to be procured for the design and construction of the Obichevi Lamte Interchange and Auxiliary Works Phase 2.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honourable members. We move to II.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request of waiver of import duty, import VAT, import NHIL, import get fund levy, EXIM levy, COVID-19 levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $4,401,447.12 on materials, equipment, machinery, and services to be procured for the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting and organization of the 13th African Games to be held in Accra, in 2023 by Consul Limited.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. We turn to I.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, import NHRL, import Get Fund levy, EXIM levy, COVID-19 levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $2,341,056.14 on materials, equipment, machinery, and services to be procured for the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting and organization of the 13th African Games to be held in Accra in 2023 by Mahomes Limited.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. We move to V.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import Get Fund levy, import NHRL, import VAT, EXIM levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €12,938,133 on materials and equipment required to be procured for the construction and equipping of 380-bed district hospitals at Osiem, Asinkoshia, and Kutri No. 2, 140-bed polyclinic at Doma Akwemu, and upgrading of the Wamfie Polyclinic into a 60-bed district hospital project.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. We now turn to page 4, VI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import Get Fund levy, import NHRL, import VAT, EXIM levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, and special import levy amounts to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €37,891,341 on project plant, machinery, materials, and equipment required to be procured for Efia Nkwanta Hospital and the construction of a regional hospital in the Western region.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. We move to VII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, import NHRL, import Get Fund levy, EXIM levy, COVID-19 recovery levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €60,323,382 on materials and equipment required for the implementation of the Secondary Sakradi Water Supply Rehabilitation and Expansion Project Phase 1 by Mrs. Strasberg AG of Austria.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. We finally turn to X.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, Get Fund levy, NHRL, EXIM levy, and domestic VAT amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $6,389,428 United States dollars on materials and equipment to be procured for the development of the Meridian Hotel by Formac Limited.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. It is for distribution to honorable members. Yes, leader.
We are grateful indeed. I think we can now revert to the debates.
Very well. Yeah, Honorable Comfort.
Leader and Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have issue with the list presented today. No woman is speaking. Yeah, there is no woman, any woman in the list. And there should be gender balance. I'm prepared fully to speak today. Only to be for the list to be presented without any woman.
Honorable Comfort, do you, as much as I appreciate where you are coming from, the lists were supplied by your own
gender balance, Mr. Speaker. Gender balance. A woman must speak today. A woman must speak today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, it's just too unfortunate that my colleague, who is supposed to assist her boss, Honorable Ahmed, to prepare the list, is saying this. The two of them were left to deal with this. So if they presented a list tied by themselves and left her name, who am I to vary the list? So I will plead with her that since leadership may have opportunity Monday, Tuesday to speak and see what can be. But I want to urge her, when she's working with Honorable Ahmed, my deputy, to prepare the list, she must come early and ensure that her name is put in. Mr. Speaker, for now, we have prepared a list for you and we will expect that you respectfully go with the list. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable Comfordoyo, as I said earlier, I appreciate where you are coming from, but just to allow the system work, deal with your caucus leadership. I will be amenable if you come with a change, but for now, I'm going with the list that has been provided me. So let me come to Honorable Member for Busa South, Honorable Clement Apak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the nation that this House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending December 31st, 2023. Mr. Speaker, if it would be any consolation to my Deputy Whip, as I stand now officially, in my service passport, my gender is female. So in the meantime, whilst we are waiting to get other females to join in the debate, perhaps this will be a short-term consolation as I wait for the passport office to correct that error. Mr. Speaker, when Dr. Prince Ama was contributing to the debate, he sought to challenge information tabled by the ranking member on the Education Committee. And I wish to reiterate that, in fact, there is a standard that has been set by UNESCO with regards to the percentage of a national budget expected to be spent on education. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the range is 15 to 20%. If one were to consider the total amount of projected expenditure for the 2023 budget, which is 205 billion, and you factor in the fact that 24.7 billion is going to education, that only works out to a paltry 12% and is clearly below the lower threshold indicated by UNESCO. The Speaker, it's also important to state that the debater before me sought to gloat about purported success achieved by the rather reckless and incompetent Akufo-Addo Bawumia MPP government, making references to the fact that out-of-school children are now being catered for in the area of education. What he fails to note is that over 2 million students are currently out of school. Mr. Speaker, we all know that education is a tiered social commodity. We go from basic to secondary and to tertiary. We keep speaking about secondary education, and we speak about the introduction of STEM education as captured in the budget. But we are failing to devote dedicated resources to ensure that basic education meets the standards to serve as the foundation for secondary and tertiary education to thrive. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, government owes capitation grants in excess of 4 trenches, in fact 6 trenches, and this works out to the equivalent of 2 solid years where basic school heads have not had any remittance in the form of capitation grants to run schools, to procure chalk, and even attendance registers. Mr. Speaker, how can this be acceptable? And in fact, when the ranking member on the Committee of Education was speaking, he alluded to the fact that over the years, and in particular with the introduction of the free senior high school policy and its implementation, there has been a dwindling allocation for basic education, and that is simply not right. It ought not to be acceptable, and we have to make the case and make it forcefully that we cannot pretend to be building a structure and a superstructure on a very weak and in some cases a non-existent foundation. So we want to urge government, and I'm glad the finance minister is here, to take another look at the allocations. This continuous starving of basic education in favor of secondary education, even at a time when we cannot even get adequate statistics about what the resources going to secondary education are being used for, is simply not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, there was a change in policy. There was a change in curriculum. We moved from an old curriculum to a new one that has been named standard-based curriculum. Mr. Speaker, it has taken us over 4 years for textbooks that ought to have accompanied the new curriculum to be produced. As we speak, the printing houses and in fact the publishers who chose to undertake this exercise, for which even the books are not yet in the hands of students, are complaining bitterly that government is failing to pay them for work done. And as we speak, these books, after 4 years, are not still in the classrooms. How can we run a system like this and expect it to succeed? Mr. Speaker, it is important to speak about secondary education. As for the issues in tertiary education, we already know them. My ranking member indicated them earlier. As we speak, for the first time in the history of this republic, every public tertiary institution is bedeviled by a strike undertaken by teaching staff, and in some cases, non-teaching staff. Mr. Speaker, secondary education is a place I want to dwell with the rest of my time. I looked at the budget, page number 229, appendix 6, item 2, senior high school program. Amount allocated 2.95 billion and just slightly above. Mr. Speaker, it is important. We have all accepted. Free senior high school is a good policy. It has come to stay. We on this side have constantly complained about the challenges thereof. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the total amount expended to finance the implementation of the free senior high school for 2017 all the way to 2021 is unknown, and I'm glad the finance minister is here. I have filed several questions and there has been no response. Only this year, when the finance minister came to present the mid-year budget review, he quoted that for the period in question, an amount of 5 billion had been expended to implement the free senior high school policy in 5 years. Mr. Speaker, what the minister forgot was that a year before, when he came to present the same document for the year in question, the 2021 mid-year budget review, the minister quoted the total figure having been expended on the program as 7.62 billion. So how does he explain? How does he explain the fact that in 2021 he quoted 7.62 billion, which he has earlier indicated?
Honorable Crementa Park, you are still high in the air, begin to descend for London.
Which he earlier quoted in response to a question that I had filed in Hansa, the Hansa of Wednesday, 21st July 2021, where he stated 7.62 billion. He went on to repeat the same in the media budget review of 2021, 7.62 billion. Then you come back to us in the media budget statement of 2022 and tell us that the total amount expended is 5.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, this clearly cannot be acceptable. We ought to know what the true amount expended on the program is. And this is why CHAS, the Conference of Heads of Government Assisted Secondary Schools, is complaining bitterly about challenges with the implementation of the program, from shortages of food, from the fact that buffer stock food suppliers are shortchanging the system.
Honorable member, your time is up, please.
Oh, but Speaker, his time was up. You allowed him to speak.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, it is very clear and obvious that the educational sector in this country is in a crisis. It is very obvious that this government is only paying lip service. Based on the facts and figures, the type of narrative that this government
Honorable member.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I think we've debated on education, and once I've spotted the Minister for Education in the chamber, I will ask him to also say something to us. Honorable member and Minister for Education, may you conclude the sector for us. So let's hear you.
You agree? Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any objection if the minister is added into a list. But Mr. Speaker, it is not done that you present list of two people to speak, and then we say the minister should come on. No, Mr. Speaker, with the greater respect to your chair, it's either part of the list or he cannot take the turn of other persons. Because we have structured the thing, health, education, what have you, and we agree that each sector will present two people. If the minister wanted to speak, his side should have added him as one of the two persons. So we have to do this, we'll be distorting the list that we have, and I don't think that will be fair, and that's not what we agreed. Let's stick to what we agreed to.
Leader, I appreciate where you are coming from, but please allow me to give him 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Listen,
Mr. Speaker.
You are taking. That's what I'm saying. You listen.
Mr. Speaker, I don't really.
Yes, leader, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I don't see what the wrangling is about. I don't see what the wrangling is about. Mr. Speaker, one side can elect to have all the contributors speak on one topic. What has that got to do with you? What has that got to do with you? So, if 2 names have been submitted for education, and in the contribution of one person, maybe it is found necessary to introduce another person on education, all that it means is that the next segment will be -1 against the other side. Against the other side. Mr. Speaker, so I don't see. Mr. Speaker, so if the minister is speaking, all that it means is that somebody from the list on this other side will have to be taken away. Will have to be taken away. That's all that it means. Mr. Speaker, nobody is saying it's automatic. Have I used the word automatic? Don't put words in my mouth. I have not used the word automatic. Don't put words in my mouth. I know your cap is not close to your ears. So, Mr. Speaker, all that you are saying is that granting space, you will talk. The next one, and he's a minister. He's a minister. The next one then I don't know which is the next, which sector is the next. All that remains is that only one person will speak from this side on that next sector. That's what it means.
Mr. Speaker, you see, my worry is changing the goalposts. If you look at the list that we sent to you, the starting point for us was health, not even education. But our colleagues insisted that because they were doing education, we should start with education. Because if it's what Mr. the majority is saying is true, all of us have been in this house long enough to know that when it comes to debate, you allow the list to go. You can start with your education. I'll be speaking health. You'll be talking trade. I'll be talking energy. But it is he who insisted that, look, for us to have coherence, let's have them sector by sector so it will flow. And we agree. If you look at the list that is before you, you will see that we are starting with health. But because of what he said, we were forced to bend to go with him. So while in the midst of the game, you want to change the goalposts again. It is not about who is speaking. If you have a list and you are changing the list and you are doing that, now if we also try to do that, you will come back and say that, oh, you are distorting the debate because we started with education. If you do that, fine. Let's take off the heading and then list the list of the MPs. You can be speaking your trade, I'll be speaking my energy, and then we'll go on, because all of it end up as debate. But you said we should have coherence. If we are going to have coherence, say that each sector will have 2 people, why are you not changing it? Then let's leave it the way it used to be, open, so that everybody speaks when and where and which sector they want to speak at any time. Then that will be fair.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, when we were leaving, the list that we provided, and the chief whip for the minority is saying that they were going to begin with health. The Speaker, it's just by way of accommodation. Because yesterday when we were leaving here, health was not part of the list that we submitted. It wasn't. But then you came and insisted, and I said, okay, then let's find space for it. Because yesterday when we were leaving, the sector that we mentioned were Western housing, sanitation, water resources, environment, and education. And education. Yes, we have to do that. He's saying I should check. We have to do that because the first day, the second day, communications, energy, roads, Western housing, we missed out. That was yesterday. We missed out on Western housing, sanitation, and environment. Now we pushed them to this morning. So we said we're going to end at education. There was no health. So let's not be strict in these matters. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking to the issue that were raised yesterday. He was unfortunately not here with us. If he's insisting that, oh, because the just statement bore these ones, so we should go through them. What happens to Western housing, sanitation, and environment, which we missed out yesterday? It was for this reason that we said, because we missed out, let's bring them today and deal with it. It's the reason why we have also conscripted Monday to have a sitting and then allow those of them that we missed out to have the opportunity to speak to their various sectors on Monday. Let's figure that is it.
Yes. Honourable members, we are going to go by the list, but once I've invited the minister to speak, please allow me to give him 5 minutes to speak. We will follow the trend. That's my own request. So, Honourable Minister for Education, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, education transformation in this country is ongoing. We are not in a crisis. Go to Tolibri, go to Guabaliga, go to Dambai, and see the technical colleges under construction and tell them that we're in a crisis. If you look at the outcomes in education in this country, we know at the high school level, we measure our outcomes with the WASI. The good news is that WAEC released WASI this morning. And the outcomes is there for the whole world to see. That if there was a crisis, it will reflect in the outcome that has just been released.
When you look at the performance of our students, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate them and the teachers for the great job that they have done. Before free senior high school, in a very good year, you have about 35% of the students getting credit in mathematics. Now this year, look at the numbers, and it has been trending upwards. English, 60.31%. Mathematics, 61.39%. Integrated science, 62.45%. Social studies, 71.31%. Each one of them is about 60%. That is what transformation brings about. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is on the move in this country. And this is evidence-based communication. This is not about looking at some book and talking about something that does not exist. I'm not going to mention the book, but you know the book. STEM education is seeing great transformation. Evidence-based. When you hear the STEM centers that the budget was talking about, go to Accra High, see the STEM center there, see 3D printing, see robotics in action. This is Ghana. You see the images and you think you are not in Ghana. Transformation is taking place. Tibet transformation is real. The Accra Technology Center, East Legon, you see that. All that we are saying is that when we talk about education, transformation is happening, and there's evidence to show that it's happening. It is not just mere rhetoric. The good people of Ghana knows that transformation is taking place. Basic education has not been neglected. About 50 school facilities across the length and breadth of Ghana is going to be done. Funding has been received through the hard work of the finance minister from the Arab Development Bank. Sword cutting is going to be taking place around the country in the coming weeks. And this is a fact. The funding is here. Through Gallup, 10,000 plus schools are getting additional funding as learning grants. Basic education has not been neglected. And by the way, when you talk about the fact that only 12% of our budget is allocated to education, what people lose sight of is the fact that school feeding is not under the Ministry of Education. Consequently, you see that amount is part of the education expenditure in this country and should be seen as such, but it may not be listed as part of the education budget. So, we are not selling ourselves short when it comes to budgetary allocation for basic education or for education for that matter in this country. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and I want to say that education is on the move, and Adan Kwaku-Fuado is transforming education as we know it. And therefore, we should all be grateful for his consistent support of education. Technical colleges, I've said 7 of them under construction. All that I want to say is that evidence-based. When you go to your communities, when you go to Talibri, look for a technical college. Guabaliga, look for a technical college. Dambai, look for a technical college. Abrenkasi, look for a technical college, and they are truly under construction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. You spoke within 5 minutes. So, very well. So, we now move to health. Yes, leader.
The list I submitted, I hope you are listening. And so listen carefully. The list I submitted, there were 2 MPs on our side billed to speak on environment. Under the circumstance, that was suggested by the leader of the House. We are hearing compromise on 1. And so Dr. Mafo is ready to speak on the budget. Speaker. So effectively,
Bono only can Kasanama support you.
Speaker, Dr. Mafu will start on our side, on environment.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, maybe the chief whips every morning must meet to synchronize whatever list they have and the flow, the sequence. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you notice what we sent to you, our first to speak area for us was health, followed by education. Then they signaled you that yes, the education was first, and you had to adjust. Now, Mr. Speaker, our next person to speak is to speak on health. I want to plead with our colleagues to also adjust, just as we adjusted to get education to speak on health. But with the caveat that every morning the chief needs to agree on the sequencing so that we can have that flow. Because when we all submit and they are haphazard and on the floor we do this, it simply shows that we are not maybe doing what we should be doing very well, which is every morning. Yes, we may agree on the number of speakers to speak, but the sequencing should also be agreed by us every morning. But for now, the next person to speak on our side is what we call the health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I agree with my colleagues that we should be meeting. I looked for you the whole day. I looked for you. Make yourself available. Speaker, on the health, ordinarily I wouldn't have a problem, and the ranking member will bear me out. I was here early enough. We engaged on who should speak on health, and subsequently leader directed that health has to be done on Monday, and you agreed. I'm surprised you are nodding your head otherwise. No, so Speaker, health cannot, with respect, we can't take health today, because we had agreed earlier that we can't take health today. Health is going to Monday. Let's not argue further. So let's stick to environment, and then for today, we'll meet and then synchronize and get the list sorted. I see Akando is eager to speak, but he already knows that you will speak on Monday. Get ready for Monday. You speak on Monday.
Yes, leader. Speaker, I don't know why we are struggling over this. Our next person to speak is health. You can choose to speak environment, and on Monday you speak your health. But Mr. Speaker, our next person to speak is on health. Please, we will get a respect. Follow our list, and let's just follow the list that both sides submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, no further argument. Their person can speak, our person will also speak.
Very well. So let me come to Honorable Dr. Mafu on environment. You are the ranking, you are the chairman of the committee. Oh, honorable members, the minister was not part. I just yielded 5 minutes for him. He's not part of it.
Are you challenging the speaker? Are you challenging the speaker?
Honorable members, please. That is why Honorable Muntaka, I yielded to your position, but I insisted that once I've called him, let me allow 5 minutes bill. So, Honorable Dr. Mafu, you are the chairman of the committee. You have 12 minutes. Your time starts now. You have the floor.
Fire, Speaker, fire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak in favor of the motion to approve the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, I'll start off by reminding us of our constitutional obligation under Article 36 to ensure that we do everything to protect the environment, and so that our development will not only focus on economic growth, but also in addition to social equity, we also make sure that we have an environment that can sustain the kind of economic development that we are pursuing. Mr. Speaker, as you may notice in paragraph 360 of the statement that was presented, we are reminded that as a country we face a climate emergency. The recent reports by the World Bank and the V20 group suggest that as a country we are losing some $15.2 billion to climate change. The Speaker, that is equivalent of 4% of our GDP. And this is an amount that can overwrite at least half of our overall fiscal deficit. The Speaker, we are also told that out of climate shock, some 1 more million people may be in poverty. 40% of income to poor households may decline. Flooding is affecting some 45,000 people of this country every year. Half of our coastlines are vulnerable to flooding. And Mr. Speaker, all these call for climate action and investments, both in terms of what we will do to mitigate the effect of climate change and also to adapt to climate change. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we have been responding in terms of policy to the need for climate action. And I'll give 2 examples. The first one is our effort to transition in terms of energy, leaving our dependence on fossil fuel and moving towards renewable energies. And this transition alone will cost us some $6 billion every year. Mr. Speaker, our nationally determined contributions as an intervention or projects to reduce our emission contribution and the investments to implement these projects across the sectors will cost us some $9.3 billion between 2021 and 2023. So these 2 interventions alone, or programs alone, Mr. Speaker, would require that we spend some $7 billion every year in climate action. Mr. Speaker, this is equivalent to 16% of our GDP. And indeed, if you want to look at it in terms of our projected revenue, then it means that if we were to invest in these climate actions, we would require 71% of total projected revenue. Mr. Speaker, how can we be able to finance these climate programs when we are facing another crisis, which is a debt crisis? That as a country, we are experiencing a debt to GDP ratio of some 76%. And so this certainly calls for innovation in climate finance. And Mr. Speaker, if this budget will be a good one, it must be a budget that will have proposals and policy directions to help us respond to meeting these double crisis, the climate crisis and the debt crisis. And so I'm happy that if you look at paragraph 360 to 368 of the budget, a number of interventions have been mentioned to respond to the climate emergency that we face. And indeed, what has been mentioned in the budget statement is consistent with the coordinated program for economic and social development, a program that was sent to this House some weeks ago, particularly in the session 4, where we are told to have a vision of integrating our climate change into our national development budgeting, and also to intensify our mobilization of climate finance in order to scale up climate investment. As Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that we have aligned ourselves to the policy initiatives to ensure that we have supported loss and damage fund under the Ghana CVF presidency. We are taking advantage of our presidency to lead the advocacy for mobilizing international finance to be able to implement our climate action programs. And Mr. Speaker, particularly if you look at the paragraphs aforementioned, you would realize that we have talked about the loss and damage fund that has been established or will be established as one of the key outcomes of the COP27. We have mentioned the innovative idea of debt for climate. We have also mentioned that we are pursuing mitigation and adaptation funds to be splitted so that African countries, including Ghana, will be able to take advantage of the global green funds that are available in order to be able to supplement our financing of our climate actions. Mr. Speaker, the challenge has been not the policy to align ourselves to this, but the challenge has always been how we are able to take advantage or build capacity to be able to tap into the green finance that is available. It's said that Africa alone has about $3 trillion investment opportunity under climate change alone. Sadly, only about 3% of global climate finance flow to Africa, and we are able to finance only 14% of our mitigation and adaptation finance needs. And so the point is that government as a policy has done well as per this budget to align ourselves to the global opportunities. The challenge now remains how we are able to mobilize, how we are able to build capacity to write and develop bankable projects to be able to tap into these global funds. And I think that if we are able to do that, this country will see a lot of financial flows that will help us to be able to finance our climate action programs, to free space for government revenue to be used for other sectors that we need money to do that. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that I'm happy that this budget has responded to the overriding issues of climate emergency, and that we as a country have taken steps to tap into the ever-growing climate finance available. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You've spoken within time. So I'll come to Honorable Intercandle.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to motion item 8 on today's order paper, that this Honorable House approves the budget statement economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2023. Mr. Speaker, any budget worth its salt should be seeking to address the main concerns of the citizens and to ameliorate the suffering of the people, not to exacerbate the already precarious economic hardship we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, if you take this budget, 2023 budget, Mr. Speaker, it is the evidence of the disconnect between the demands and the needs of the people and government policies. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the health sector, one of the critical areas is the National Health Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, it remains the single largest health financing scheme in this country. Mr. Speaker, the attempt by this government to collapse the National Health Insurance Authority is legendary. Mr. Speaker, to start with, in the year 2021, government collected in excess of 2.056 billion in the name of National Health Insurance levy. Mr. Speaker, guess what? Only 123 million, less than 7%, was lodged into the National Health Insurance Fund. Less than that. Mr. Speaker, again, the worst is yet to happen. Mr. Speaker, if you refer to pages 190, 191, Appendix 3B and 3C, in the 2023 budget, we are seeking to raise not less than 5.28 billion in the name of National Health Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, guess what? If you go to the expenditure, only 2.5 billion is going to be lodged into the National Health Insurance Fund. Out of the 5.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, the question is, are we collecting taxes in the name of National Health Insurance Scheme for the purpose or for the betterment of the scheme, or we are hiding behind National Health Insurance Scheme to collect taxes to do other things? Mr. Speaker, the scheme is at the verge of collapse, and we must save it. Mr. Speaker, a couple of weeks ago, the manufacturers and the importers of pharmaceutical products warned that they are no longer going to supply medications on credit basis. Mr. Speaker, on credit basis, the credit worthiness of the scheme is gone. Because, one, there's huge delay in the payment of the National Health Insurance claim to the service providers. Mr. Speaker, because also of the steep depreciation of the cedi, inflation, and others. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the expectation of every Ghanaian is that if monies are collected in the name of National Health Insurance Scheme, it must be used for its intended purpose. Mr. Speaker, we must save the situation. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to Agenda 111. We are all in this country. The president was touting that Agenda 111 is an unprecedented investment in the history of Ghana. Today, the 2023 budget, the one we are debating, absolutely no allocation has been made to Agenda 111. Has it been abandoned? Yes. They should abandon. They should tell us. If the minister so think there's allocation to Agenda 111, you should tell us. The interesting aspect is that in the 2021 mid-year, page 100, that 600 million Ghana cedis was allocated and utilized in the name of Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, in the 2022 budget, another 518 million Ghana cedis was also allocated to Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, per a letter written by the Ministry of Finance, signed by the Chief Director, Mr. Patrick Numo, to the committee investigating the expenditure of COVID-19, another 763 million Ghana cedis has been expended on Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, in all, we are talking about 1.9 billion Ghana cedis. Not a single hospital has been completed in the name of Agenda 111. Where is the money? Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, as Parliament, we do not know the list of Agenda 111. We don't know the current status of Agenda 111. We don't know which contractors are in charge. We don't know how much has been paid to who. Mr. Speaker, I dare say, not until clear light is thrown to Agenda 111, Mr. Speaker, this side of the House, we are not going to support this budget. Mr. Speaker, again, let me take you to brain drain. Mr. Speaker, any responsible government will be thinking about how to recruit health professionals, maintain them, and in their health facilities. Unfortunately, if you check paragraph 826, 825, our budget is busy discussing the exploitation of health professionals out of the country. Mr. Speaker, read before you read the point of order. Please, read. Mr. Speaker, if you read paragraph 825,
Honorable members, I said earlier that I was not going to entertain interjections. I want the debate to flow. So,
Mr. Speaker, do I have the floor? Mr. Speaker, with all respect, do I have the floor?
Honorable, you hold on. You hold on. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister for.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity. On the matter of Agenda 111, I think that there are certain statements that are made in this house, and if they are false, we must come in to correct them, because this is a house of record. In the 2022 budget, for example, it was funded under GIF, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, and this year same is being applied. So if you say that Agenda 111, there's zero budget, that cannot be made to stand. So this is what we seek to correct.
Show us in the budget. Mr. Speaker, this is the economic policy of the government for 2023.
Honorable, hold on. Else I can't go to that answer.
We've seen the time, 550.
Mr. Speaker, there must be equality and fairness in the House. Yesterday, my whole contribution was interrupted away. I accepted that. So why is it that today I'm not prepared to be interrupted? In any event, Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering if it is not possible for my colleagues to make their contributions without the constant threat of not supporting the budget. The Honorable Minority Leader yesterday made the point, and he's made the point again today, and consistently each one of them says, if this and this and that, we won't support it, I mean, I think he can articulate his views without a constant reference of we won't support it. You won't support it. It's a matter of Ghana. This is not MPP budget. It's budget for Ghana. So make your contributions, and for Christ's sake, leave out the we won't support. Look at him. He's laughing at me. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kondo.
Mr. Speaker,
let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I will ignore all the interventions and go ahead. Mr. Speaker, brain drain. As I was talking about, any serious government will be seeking to recruit health professionals into its health facilities, maintain and sustain them. Mr. Speaker, our budget, as I have referred you to, busy discussing how we are going to export health professionals outside the country. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, June this year, the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association informed this country that more than 3,000 nurses and midwives have left the shores of this country for greener pastures. The Speaker, again, in their own budget, paragraph 825, they are saying extra 4,000 are also seeking to leave the shores of this country. What is the policy? What is the way forward? If care is not taken, Mr. Speaker, in a matter of 3 to 5 years, some of our health facilities will be empty of health professionals. And there has been consistent effort by this government to decline the total number of health workers in this country. Mr. Speaker, let's go to 2021 budget. In the 2021 budget, Appendix 7, the total number of health workers stood at 250,000, 2021. The Speaker, Appendix 7 in 2022 budget, it came down to 208,000, a decline of about 42,000 people. The Speaker, this year, their own budget, again at Appendix 7, it is further declining to 182,000. Mr. Speaker, look at the attrition rate. Look at the attrition rate, and we are happy discussing how we will export health professionals out of this country. The Speaker, how are we reconciling the attrition rate and the freeze on employment? Mr. Speaker, this budget to the many youth in this country, especially the health professionals who are not yet employed, it provides absolutely no hope for them. No hope for them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, there is another tax handle which was introduced, known as COVID levy. The Speaker, this COVID levy was introduced as a result of the COVID pandemic. The Speaker, the expectation of Ghanaians was that any money we realize we will invest it into the health sector so that we can prepare against any unforeseen circumstances such as COVID. Mr. Speaker, they have realized as of October this year, government has realized not less than 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. How much has been invested in the health sector? It's as though we use the health sector to raise funds. We have turned it into, cash cow. And then other people are enjoying the money. Mr. Speaker, a country in crisis such as ours should be thinking about how to feed your country food and health care. Mr. Speaker, the inflation of this country, as of October, stood at 40.4%. Mr. Speaker, the threat is that the prices of medications on the market are skyrocketing. I'll give you some examples. Mr. Speaker, medications for pressure control, which used to be sold at 51 Ghana cedis, is now going for more than 106 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, APC, which used to be sold 4 cedis, is now 15 cedis. Mr. Speaker, diabetes medication, which used to be sold at 70 cedis, is now 700 cedis. Mr. Speaker, Lufat is now up from 5 Ghana cedis to 12 cedis. Mr. Speaker, the almighty diabetes. Mr. Speaker, diabetes it's now 17 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, and people cannot afford medications, it will be leading to high morbidity and mortality in this country. Mr. Speaker, I think that we must debate this budget and open our eyes carefully to the health sector, because the people in the country is the wealth of the country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you for speaking within your time. So we will now move to Bright Rekubrobi.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Still within my time, I would like to react to a few things that Honorable Akando just said. On page 191, Appendix 3C, yes. You would see that under the expenditures, if you go to grants to other government units, you would see Ghana Infrastructure Fund, the ABFA CAPEX, an allocation of 1.7 billion there. And that is where Agenda 111 is captured. And this is for his information. He must not be churning out information to the rest of the world as if this page 191. And Mr. Speaker, let me also quickly react to what he just said about the nursing issues. As we speak now, October, the statistics for nursing is 102,000. October 2022, as at October 2022, we have 122,511 nurses in Ghana. If you do the ratio, you will get roughly 1 to 250 nurses. The World Health Organization standards, 1 to 1,000. What we have in Ghana, far even exceeds it. So if we have a system where we can train nurses and be able to even export them, it inures to the betterment of Ghana. Yeah. So let's get that clear. Mr. Speaker, because of my limited time, let me go to the substantive matter for my debate today, seeking your indulgence to contribute to the motion that was presented by the Finance Minister on the 24th of November 2022. Mr. Speaker, the issue at hand regarding employment that many people speak about and just say that there is a freeze. There's a freeze.
Honorable Ruby, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. My learned friend over here was going to be the next person to speak when Honorable Akando was speaking. Why did he just get up, the honorable member, why did he get up to interrupt him whilst he was speaking? Now he has the opportunity. Why didn't he wait at that time? He needs to rest now.
So you are also...
Yes. No, sir. He needs to rest.
Well, yes, honorable.
Yes, we can thank you. And Honorable Atta Mills is one of those who abuse the terminology learned friend. Are you learned? when we were suffering in law school, where were you? Mr. Speaker, we are indeed in very difficult times, no doubt. And in fact, the President himself, on the day he spoke to the nation, alluded to that. And since then, none of his ministers or none of MPs in the majority side has ever said that we are not in difficult times. We agree. So that matter, I think, is one that is settled. But in spite of all these difficulties, Mr. Speaker, we will not relent. The President and his government will make sure that the welfare of Ghanaian workers will all the time be the priority of government. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, all Ghanaian public sector workers, today is 1st December, all Ghanaian workers have been paid. Those that haven't received their alert will do so in the course of time. So no problems at all. Matters of people's salary are not in arrears. We continue to ensure that everybody is paid in spite of these difficult times and hardships. Government will continue to create the enabling environment so that the private sector, Mr. Speaker, the private sector, which is the engine of growth, will continue to create jobs, will continue to hire and even do more. Mr. Speaker, the issue of job freezing, as was being touted by Honorable Akando a while ago, job freezing, we talk about that, and it's as if this has not happened before. We find ourselves in very peculiar situation, and the matter of job freeze, when it comes in, is now becoming the talk on everybody's lip, and then thinking as if there's no hope for the graduate who is coming up. Speaker, we have a total workforce in Ghana of close to 12 million. Out of the 30 million or so, we have about 12 million workforce. And out of this, the Speaker, about 700,000 are in the public service, whose salaries come from the Controller and Accountant General. The wage bill, Mr. Speaker, the wage bill for the 700,000 in the 2023 budget will be hitting 44.9 billion. Mr. Speaker, the total tax revenue for next year will also be hovering around approximately 112 billion. And out of this, 44.9 billion is going to be used to pay public sector workers. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, we are in negotiations with them, and it's very tough. They are asking for 60%. Yesterday, they asked for 65%, and 700 workers, 700,000 workers, demanding this from our tax revenue for next year. For me, yesterday I felt frustrated. I told them that I was frustrated because the increments we are putting to them, they don't seem to even see eye to eye with the fact that we have been so realistic, we have been so transparent, and we are seeking that they understand that we are in difficult times. So, the Speaker, when this is happening, it then becomes very difficult. If you have public sector workers demanding 60% pay rise, it becomes very difficult for the government to continue to hire. So this freeze matter is simply not coming as a freeze per se, but it's also ensuring that we empower the private sector to do more employment. Mr. Speaker, this government has done it before. When we came in 2017, there had been freeze on employment way back from 2012. The backlog that was there, the teachers, the nurses, the midwives, all those people were there. The Speaker, we had to come and employ. And Speaker, let me indulge you to share very, very simple statistics. As we speak now, since 2017, and the source is from the Ministry of Employment. When you come at our RSIM unit, you get these statistics. The Ministry of Interior, for example, we were able to employ about 12,549 people. The Works and Housing, 8,800 plus. Lands and Natural Resources, 102,922. Trade and Industry. And when you take GEA, Free Zone Board, the 1D, 1F, employment of about 269,520. Ministry of Defense, about 8,346. Education, 136,053. Ministry of Health, 96,249. In fact, if you put the
Honorable Deputy Minister, your staff is nice, but your time.
Speaker, thank you.
So you should begin to wind up, please.
Yes, I'll be under. So putting both the public and the private force together, employment of over 5 million. So it is not that we have not done some before, and then when we say freeze, it's something that is so. We are rather seeking to empower the private sector to be able to do more. So, Mr. Speaker, the carbon budget is looking at, like I said, empowering the private sector. As you already know, about 2 weeks ago, the GEA, through the GEA, we launched the U-Start. And in the next 3 years, Mr. Speaker, U-Start is expected to employ over 1 million Ghanaians. And then the focus is not only employment, but creating entrepreneurs to also employ. So in the near future, we will be having people like the Apia Minkes, people like Kennedy Japons, people like Jospon Group, people like
Honorable Member, your time is up.
So, Mr. Speaker, this budget rather gives hope to everybody, and it is not the impression, Mr. Speaker, the impression giving that employment free, so everything is come to an end.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
Thank you so much. We will now come to Honorable Member for Nabdam, Honorable Dr. Mark. Yes, Honorable Mark, let's hear you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to debate on the budget statement and economic policy of government with respect to the health sector. Mr. Speaker, whenever there is an economic crisis, one of the areas that suffer in terms of allocation is the health sector. And I'm going to benchmark the allocation of resources to the health sector in 2023 to the Abuja Declaration. And the Abuja Declaration says that 15% of the resources should be allocated to the health sector in a given year for health to improve in the continent. And calculating it for this year, only 8% was allocated to it, and not the required 15%. Also, in dollar terms, the allocation for last year was $1.1 billion, as against $1 billion this year. In other words, the allocations have also gone down. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I can comfortably say that there is an economic and social hypertension in this country. I'm saying this because practically everybody is suffering. Practically everybody is restless. The farmers are restless, the teachers are restless, doctors are restless, engineers are restless, even we parliamentarians. We are very, very restless. And we must admit the situation that we have an economic crisis. But listening to the other side speak, I seem to realize that they don't even want to accept the fact that the economy is that bad. And if you are sick and you don't accept your condition, you cannot be healed. You first have to accept that you are sick. You first have to accept that, no, I have to take some medications. And that is why I'm saying that unless we accept, or the country accept that they are sick, the IMF cannot help us. The World Bank cannot help us. The international financial institutions cannot help us. We've got to accept our condition. Mr. Speaker, the economic situation is such that, in fact, we are expected to make choices. And I expected that in the health sector, we should make some choices that is going to help. But if you go to paragraph 826, and I quote, in 2023, the Ministry of Health will continue to regularize the exploitation of health professionals. What type of choice are we making? When we need nurses at the hospitals, in Nagam, my constituency, even the health centers lack health professionals. We do not have them. And not that we are not producing them, we are producing enough nurses. From 2019, 2020, 2021, and of course 2022, all the nurses that have been produced are sitting down in the house. And we are not getting them to where they are needed. That is at the hospitals. Doctors have completed their house job, about 1,050 of them. They've completed their house jobs. They are sitting down in the house. They are not being employed. And that's because we cannot get financial clearance. There is unemployment or artificial unemployment in the health sector. And we better correct it, because even without this regularization of export of health professionals, they are leaving. All the doctors are leaving, the nurses are leaving, the laboratory technicians, they are leaving. We don't need to do, we really need them in our hospitals. Let us get them financial clearance, let us make sure that we employ them in our hospitals, and let us ensure that, we provide quality health care to our own people. And that is what is important, and that is what is needed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I refer to paragraph 826 again of the budget statement and economic policy, and I quote, the Ministry of Health will also implement the health financing strategy to support financing of the universal health coverage roadmap. The Universal Health Coverage Roadmap on financing says that there should not be any hindrance at the point of getting the health service. There should not be any financial hindrance. In other words, ability to pay should not matter at the point of getting the service. But what do we see today? What do we see today? The Minister of Health is expected to buy healthcare using NHIA for the citizens of Ghana. And today, when you go to the hospitals, when you go to the clinics, you pay. Parliamentarians, you pay. Let us not pretend. Mr. Speaker, you pay when you go to the hospitals. Let us not pretend. And that is an aberration. That is not what our health insurance was supposed to provide. The co-payment or the so-called top-ups or the under-the-table payments that we do, we've got to discuss it. There should be a national dialogue on this issue. We should find a way out of it. When we asked the Minister of Health, I asked him the last time about co-payments in this house. This is what he said. The practice has led to member dissatisfaction of the scheme, and the common language being the NHIS is not working. In the minister's own answer, that the NHIS is not working. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mark, your time is up. Please begin to wind up.
Thank you, Right, Honorable Speaker. What it means is that we've got to pay money when we go to hospitals. And I'm afraid to say that the cash and carry is back through the back door. And as a country, we must do something about it. There must be a national dialogue. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, this, our country, the government of this country, led by His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, has to accept that we are sick and that we need treatment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now member for Tema Central. Member for Tema Central, Honorable Ni. I saw him. Anyway, so very well. So let me give Honorable Dr. Kokrefiye, Minister for Environment, to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the motion which has been listed on page 5 and itemized as 8 in today's order paper. And to say that the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation exists to promote and sustain the environmental management and adoption of an application of science, technologies and innovations through formulation of policies, the monitoring and evaluation of implementation of sectorial programs and projects for the socio-economic development of this country. Mr. Speaker, I will start from the apex because there are about 5 agencies under the ministry, but I will start from the ministry proper. Mr. Speaker, the MESTI, or Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, is a rather unique ministry, unlike other ministries, both in function and form. We promote science, research, and outlook for, like I've said, for our socio-economic development. And we develop rational and empiric programs, and we are very forward and looking and generational in thinking. We organize, we facilitate, and mercy is offensive as far as policies are concerned. When I say that, we are the offensive midfielder of Ghana's economic governance, in the sense that we initiate policies and we offload them to others to derive programs and projects therefrom. So indeed, we are the Thomas Party of Ghana's economic development. We collaborate, we coordinate, we have encouraged projects, and our policies are honed in for supportive and industries which are competitively neutral and yet vital for Ghana's socio-economic development. We provide backstopping services for other sectors. Mr. Speaker, I want to dwell on climate change, and I noticed that my chairman for environment has spoken extensively. But I would suffice to say that on the environmental issues, we just finished and launched the National Carbon Credit Framework under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and immediate beneficiaries are the Ministry of Lands, which have actually received a check after we've, launched our current carbon market projects involving private, and we intend to launch our current market projects involving some 6 private entities, particularly with the Switzerland. Mr. Speaker, on natural resources, we have received, like I've said, lands have received a check which they've made on claims on carbon credits, and this has come about because, MESTI has, completed its, policies on following the acceptance of the rule book internationally. Mr. Speaker, we have been in line with our policy, we've been collaborating with other agencies. That is why we tend to be on notice. For example, if you refer to paragraph 651 on the budget, 652 and 654, you will find that issues that are relating to environment are also with Ministry of Energy. And we have been the facilitator and promoter of regulations so that they have been able to get all those things, successes that they have chopped. Again, with MOFA, Ministry of Agriculture, and because we collaborate with them a lot in terms of research. And if you refer, and I'm referring to 537, 538, and then 539, again, you find that in land and environmental processes, we have been very, very active with all those entities. Mr. Speaker, we've been providing knowledge and advisory human resource providers, and we have used our entities like Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, Nuclear Regulatory Authority, and MESTI headquarters itself, and we should be giving credit for all the successes that have come from the collaborative agencies. Again, when you refer to paragraph 712, roads and highways, there you will find out that under CSR, the road research, BRI, you find that they've been collaborating with them and they have provided services for them. So together again with works and housing under paragraph 692, 694. Again, Mr. Speaker, I can only say that because, like I've said, we provide proximal services in terms of, policy and programs for some of these agencies. In line with these supportive programs, however, we have been providing anchor projects, and that is why we have set up a foundry and machine tooling center in Adenta. In fact, the tooling center is almost 95% complete, and phase 1 is 95% complete. And in the coming year, the pattern and pattern shop and machine tooling centers will be completed. This will serve as an anchor industry for all the the industrial facilities in this country. In fact, we expect to complete all by the year 2023. Again, about policies, we provided the framework for circular economy, and we have started with plastics. So on this call, we have developed a homemade conceptual hands-on framework for concluding a program on a financial model. And in January next year, we intend to have a big workshop where we will conclude on all those things, and then we'll start with this process of circular economy. And this plastic program, we will make sure that plastics menace are reduced to the barest minimum. Mr. Speaker, on the private sector industries, MESTI has been providing, rather if you like on the quiet, a lot of support to the private sector. The existing players in the value chain, particularly private collectors, external collectors, I'm talking still about plastics, we have been helping them. Again, to keep the environment very clean, we have been working diligently on e-waste collection. We are continuing with a pilot incentive program about a payment system which will make it viable for private sector to collect, or rather makes it viable for the private sector to collect e-waste. And we have collected over 200 tons of cables and 30 tons of mixed batteries, discarded mixed batteries, and 11 tons of thermoplastics, which have been collected and warehoused in Kwabenya. We will be auctioning them through competitive bidding and then to entities that will do the recycling. Mr. Speaker, for 2023, we intend to fulfill our mission and undertake programs and projects to support them through, other sectors. For example, so I will brief on the other agencies that under MESTI. That is CSR. We intend doing the preservation of, in fact, we are doing the preservation of plant genetic material for the future of this country. So we've conserved over 950 plant genetic materials, mostly indigenous species, and also distributed over 800 plant accessions to farmers, to foresters, and what have you. We have 5 new varieties of yam species, which was developed through, and we have through SARI CSR, Savannah Agricultural Research Institute, and we have been supporting the yam industry quietly. We intend to apply, irradiation, God willing, irradiation material from GAEC, so that we can sterilize them and elongate their shelf life, so that they can be exported and target the export market. Mr. Speaker, support to the Planting for Food and Jobs initiatives has been through the MESTI, but we've not been credited for, because almost 90% of the grains being planted are coming from our laboratories through the CSR Crop Research Institute at Fumeswa and elsewhere. And we have been helping in this endeavor. Again, we have developed drought-resistant grains for climate-smart agriculture, pest resistance, and early bearing, so that we can, adapt ourselves to the climate issues that are reaching. Again, on the agri sector, we have helped in the oil palm industry, and we have generated some 4 million plus seedlings for distribution to farmers. Again, in the coconut sector, subsector, and other areas of support are also seed rice, 4 tons, and seed peppers, and other species of crops. Again, even in the aquaculture industry, we have provided several varieties of the Nile tilapia for distribution to help in our effort. Mr. Speaker, GhanaWeb has provided technical support for Ghana nuclear power generation program. And again, the nuclear reactor research at Kwabenya has been used to train for manpower training. Ghana just completed phase 1 and has commenced phase 2 of our nuclear power generation program. And that one we are collaborating with Ministry of Energy so that our energy mix, we can, ensure that we have a base load for our industrial development. And MESTI has been collaborating with agencies like Nuclear Regulatory Authority, GhanaWeb, and like I've said, Ministry of Energy. Again, GhanaWeb will continue with its routine monitoring of nuclear and occupational exposed entities. That is, for example, base stations, mines.
Honorable Minister, please, your time is up.
Speaker, if I may conclude, we are taking on a lot of things, radar monitoring, and the EPA has also been doing its part. And then let me end by saying that LUSPA, which was under my ministry, a cabinet decision has been taken that it should be ceded to Ministry of Local Government, and we will make sure that we have this thing done quietly so that we have good governance in the economic and scientific sector. Thank you very much for your attention, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We will now come to Honorable Ebenezer Kailabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are also a ranking. You have 12 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget policy. Mr. Speaker, indeed, we are in a crisis situation, and there's a need for us to acknowledge the fact that we need to do things differently this time around. If indeed we want to get out of this situation in which we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, going through the budget, one could see that this budget is not different from the times that we describe as times that we had very good economic indicators. We still have a situation where uncompleted projects are being left behind and new ones are being started. Mr. Speaker, we have a situation where projects that were started by the previous government, and it is 6 years now, they are still wallowing in the bush. And I was expecting that the education minister would be here so that I talk about some of these things. Mr. Speaker, all these contribute to the situation in which we find ourselves, because we have spent a lot of money on these projects. For example, if you come to my constituency, Mr. Speaker, asphalt overlaying started in 2015 late. It got to a point and the project was left to deteriorate. We've spent money, taxpayers' money. Today we want us to pay more taxes. Mr. Speaker, collecting the money is not that easy. Paying is also not easy. We spend a lot of money to collect revenue, and in the end we end up wasting the money. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the crisis in which we find ourselves today requires that we sit down and change our ways. Mr. Speaker, today the problem we have is ability to feed ourselves. I listened to the Minister for Environment, and he indicated what the CSR and their allied institutions have done in terms of developing products. But Mr. Speaker, if you go through this budget, you realize that
in spite of the efforts of these institutions, they are inadequately resourced. Per the standard that we ourselves have subscribed to, that at least every year, when it comes to research and development, we should be spending a minimum of 1% of our GDP. Today, as I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's contribution towards research and development is less than 1%. It's about 0.05. And that is the reason why today, Mr. Speaker, if you go to our research institutions, you find research scientists, well-trained, but have nothing, to work with. Some of them have to dip their hands into their own pockets, because within the research institution, if you don't publish, you will not be promoted, and nobody wants to stay at one position for a very long time. And because of that, most of our research, projects are sponsored from outside. And at the end of it, they answer or they solve the problems of the financiers. And that, Mr. Speaker, is not helping in our forward march towards the deployment of science, technology, and innovation. Mr. Speaker, coupled with that is the issue about climate and its consequential effects on our development. Mr. Speaker, today, the issue about climate is cross-cutting. Apart from deforestation, its effects on our farmlands and whatever, Mr. Speaker, because of increases in temperatures, today, diseases that we have struggled to eliminate are now coming back. When you go to the Mediterranean areas today, Mr. Speaker, they are having to battle now with malaria, because temperatures have become conducive for mosquitoes to grow in those areas. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the coast, I'm sure by last year, August, the Minister for Fisheries, closed down fishing for a certain period in an attempt to allow the fishes to spawn. But, Mr. Speaker, you ask yourself, which areas, where along the coast, that these fishes spawn? When you move along, the fishes they spawn in the lagoons. Mr. Speaker, today, I don't think that we have any lagoon that can take aquatic life in this country. And it's all because it's all because of the activities of the good people of this country, which is impacting negatively on our environment. Mr. Speaker, when you go through the budget, you realize that government has come with some policies, some of them emanating from the recent, meeting in Egypt. But, Mr. Speaker, these policies cannot be effectively implemented if we do not come up with climate laws in this country. Mr. Speaker, other African countries have come out with a law that govern climate action. We need to immediately, Mr. Speaker, do that, because, as I said earlier on, climate effect is cross-cutting, and there is a need. In fact, there will be the need for some ministries and departments to really work together, and laws must compel them. When the minister was speaking, he mentioned, what Messi is doing with land. We want to see more of that, and for it to really, happen, Mr. Speaker, I implore on government to come to this house with the enabling legal framework, so that we can have laws that govern, climate, spending, climate activities, and Mr. Speaker, with that, I believe that we will be able to navigate the situation in which we find ourselves now. Mr. Speaker, as I get close to my concluding remarks, Mr. Speaker, aside drafting laws
There is a need, Mr. Speaker, for us to mainstream climate activities in, our policies. Education, health, all the, all our ministries must, in a way, be whipped to take advantage of the situation we find ourselves in, because the Speaker, after all, we have succeeded in getting the developed countries to pledge their support towards, assisting us through various, financing programs. And I believe that we also need to prepare ourselves. We need to prepare ourselves and that is the reason why we need seriously to take education seriously, capacity building. All ministers, all the ministries must take advantage. We should not continue, the way we see the climate activities as, we see them in isolation. The Speaker, they cut across. And that's the reason why we must all come on board so that we can have effective, handling of climate actions in this country. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And to remind the finance minister, he's not here, that when you come to the eastern region, the eastern part of eastern region is also part of eastern region. The eastern part of eastern region is also part of eastern region. The asphalting that is going on in the western part of eastern region must also be passed on to the eastern part of the eastern region. Because our roads are bad. Recently, when we went to Ho, on our way back, some of our colleagues, were involved in accidents. Some were trying to dodge potholes. And that's, we were lucky we did not, have, any serious, yes, but their vehicles were completely destroyed. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why, unfortunately, the finance minister has left. But, oh, sorry, thank you very much. I have 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the eastern part of the eastern region is also part of eastern region, and therefore, the minister or the president of the Republic of Ghana should, when it comes to asphalting of road, shouldn't be looking at only Suhum, Enginam, Kwabe, and the Chebi areas. The Kobos and the Kobo areas are also in the eastern region, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes, honourable members, leadership. With your indulgence, I want to suspend the House for 30 minutes.
We are in search of, for the next president and leaders in this country, and that is perhaps not an easy task, if you ask me. For Nigerian people, it will be a very tough one. They are now looking critically at the virtues and the characters who are on the ballot seeking this political office. Tonight, we speak with one of those who are seeking out of the 15 political parties who have put their hat in the ring for the presidential election. I'm being joined tonight by the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, Mr. Omoyele Sowore. He joins us live here in our Abuja studio. Thank you so much, Mr. Sowore, for joining us tonight.
Thank you for bringing me.
I think we should begin with some of the events of today. Today, the president officially and formally presented the new face of the Naira to Nigerians. And those who have praised that decision of the CBN to come up with the redesign, they've given several reasons for doing that. But what is your view about that? This is not the first time we're seeing a redesigning or the renewing of the Naira, of the currency.
You know, the Naira was never redesigned. Going by what they presented today, they recolored the Naira. They changed the color of the different denominations.
Isn't that some kind of redesign?
No, that's not. That's, from the point of view of redesign, there will be something spectacularly different from how the Naira looks differently from what it used to be.
So you're not impressed?
No, I already said this redesign process was a scam. I've been issued. That's from the beginning. And I'm not surprised this is how it ended. I think they just remove a filter. Like people used to say, maybe they took it to TikTok and they used a filter to just change the color of the Naira and then they poured a dye on it. It wasn't a redesign.
You don't think, apart from the face value, the essence of some of the reasons that the central bank governor gave for security reasons being part of it, the issue of inflation and a few other issues have been drawn into the reasons for redesigning. Do you think that this
was
makes sense?
Any monetary policy that the Naira needed, it was to revalue the Naira, not to redesign it. It's never, I've read all the economics books in the world, and never in any book or any policy have I found the changing the outlook or the face of any currency that brings the currency to any value. It's just a contract for the boys, and I congratulate those who got a contract for, making this happen. They're lucky. The rest of us know that this was a scam.
I mean, this is not the first time. So when you're saying it's a scam,
let me tell you, I was around in 1984, if I am correct, when the Naira was that time. I think it was a redesign. It was Buhari regime in military uniform, and the people that benefited from it were still the rich people. The poor people queued up with 200 Naira, 40 Naira. The person who had the largest amount of currency in my village was 40,000 Naira in those days. And when he brought it out, everybody was like surprised that he had so much money. But by the time the redesigned Naira was given to him, they had reduced the value, the amount of money he had because of corruption. That's the first time I knew that even that regime was a scam, because the people who carried out the exchange of the Naira, the new notes and the old notes, were just making a killing out of it. So it ended up enriching people, not enriching Nigeria. It was never known that in 1984 the value of Naira increased because Buhari.
But what about the security reason that was given, and the fact that there's a whole lot of issues within the economic sector of the country relating to the reasons why the Naira has to be redesigned? There are a lot of people keeping huge amounts of this money, which the banks have said, look, they're already returning. In fact, some banks have now opened on Saturday to allow people bring those.
Yes, because they open on Saturdays because, like I said, this will afford bank workers and whomever is involved in this to make some little bucks out of helping you to exchange your old Naira notes for the new ones. But the point is that the central bank governor is not the chief security officer of Nigeria. You might say, well, the president said he signed off on it, but it's not going to help with the security situation. If it did, we won't be hearing of about 30 soldiers. What would you do differently, Mr.
Sowore? If you were,
I would revalue the Naira, not redesign.
How would you do that? Well, what does it mean?
There are macroeconomic policies for people in the executive sector and the central bank
And, the central bank is naturally supposed to be in charge of monetary policy. But one of the things they are doing there is that, as I have said, the Central Bank of Nigeria of today is just a glorified bureau de change where if you have connections, you can get dollars and exchange for naira at a special rate. That is not monetary policy. Monetary policy is looking at the value of your currency, how it's performing against all other currencies around the world. And a range of activities that needs to take place for you to have a naira that's valuable. When people have lost direction and exposure and interest and intellect about how to deal with these issues, they start playing around with redesign and all these very, very childish monetary policies that Nigeria has been known for recently. The value of the naira has not reduced since it started the redesign.
The inflation rate is about 20.7% as we speak.
Yes.
And you want to be Nigeria's president.
Yes.
Do you see it going down? Should you win that election?
Well, yes, it will, because we're going to engage in production. We're going to invest in our people. We're going to ensure that the central bank governor is not a BDC operator. He's a person who is qualified to hold that position. And he has a very strong grip on monetary policy. And the president also have a strong grip on the new economic policy that will enrich the Nigerian people, not to enrich a few.
Just how low do you think you can draw it to?
I cannot tell you directly now.
But you should have a plan. I mean, what kind of inflation rate, what rate do you think makes sense for the kind of government you are hoping to run?
It will be an inflation rate that is at par with production levels and confidence levels in our market, because there will be a new sheriff in town. But to give you a particular number at this point is to engage in the kind of fallacy that led us to this point that we're in now.
You know what the American people were screaming and were really upset about as they went into the midterm elections?
Yes.
The inflation rate of the United States went to about 7.7%.
Yes.
And that almost affected the chances. In fact, in so many states of the United States, affected the chances of the ruling party.
Yes.
So there must be a target for you. Are you dragging it into a single digit?
I'm not, yes.
But you should have a plan.
Hope is
Nigerians are watching tonight.
We want to get to single digits.
Yeah.
And as in the US, you also know that when it got to a point, they were planning to make a law. I don't know if they eventually made that law, which is there was a reduction in the Inflation Act kind of law that they were pursuing, because they were concerned about not just elections, but they're concerned about the ability of their citizens to cope with the inflation rate. And they started adjusting a number of things, not just a law that says inflation must remain at this point, but they were also concerned about employment, they were concerned about production, they were concerned about losses, and they were also concerned about the manpower running the economic affairs. So these are issues that you get from leaders who are concerned about the welfare of the people of a country, not the design of the naira, which cost us 218 billion naira. We could have given that money to ASU so that we can start from somewhere. They can call off this strike conclusively, and the education sector could be running while we while we produce possibly.
Since you touched on the issue of ASU,
yes.
For those who think that maybe the government is not running education sector well, and those who
they're not running anything well.
Do you think that you think that you take away the running of the education tertiary institution for that matter into private hands, or how do you run it better?
No, I would never be part of those who ask private sector to run education. It will be a publicly run education program. And we are focusing on free education. I have said it and I'm repeating here that every student in Nigeria who is in higher institution, there are 1.7 million students in higher institution, will get at least 100,000 naira per semester as study grant from the federal government. And I mean it. I'm not going to make them take loans.
Where would that money be coming from?
Well, it will come from a number of places that we have discovered money is hidden right now, or where we are not efficiently collecting revenue.
Where are those?
I found out just 2 weeks ago in research there are over 11 trillion naira from revenue-generating agencies of the federal government that are returned to the consolidated account. The NLNG, which is our gas-producing company, of which we have 49% investment, through the NNPCs, depositing huge amount of dollars to us, but they're not transparently done. We'll make them deposit that money in the consolidated account of the federal government, not the NNPC, because that's a cesspool of corruption. We have also found out that oil companies, both local and international oil companies, are owing over 4-point-something billion. I believe it's 6-point-something billion beyond that we can collect very quickly and put the money to use locally. We don't need to borrow. In my first and second, my first 4 years, I have discovered where we can plug all the loopholes and make more money that's a larger pile, so that you don't need to engage in.
You have an idea of the debt servicing in the budget at the moment?
Yes.
And the percentage of that in the entire budget of Nigeria.
I've said it.
So because the reason why I'm asking this question is that we've heard over and over again how politicians make promises.
I'm not a politician. I'm a political activist, and I'm straightforward about what I'm capable of.
Because you're running for office. That's
that doesn't
basic
make me a
definition
politician.
of being a politician.
Well, what politicians are known as in Nigeria are people who deceive people, and I'm not that kind of a person. If that's the meaning of politicians to Nigeria, because we are talking contextually to Nigeria.
So that Nigerians don't feel that there's a deceit here.
I'm not deceiving anybody.
Just a moment, if I push in the question, because you're saying that you're not going to borrow, you're not going to do this, you're going to spend almost 170 billion naira every 5 months, because you said every semester you will give free 170 billion naira
it's
to
100,
Nigerians.
Yes, 100,000
naira
to Nigerians.
times 1.7 million.
Absolutely.
So that is where the question comes.
Yes.
Where would you be getting this money from?
When
Nigeria could even pay lecturers.
I've just told you about 11 trillion naira of unremitted revenue. They're sitting in the bank accounts of our MDAs that we can get because it belongs to the federal government. 11 trillion naira is a huge amount of money. Money is owed by oil companies. If we do the investigation further where they deposit the oil, where they take the oil to, you discover it's about $62 billion. I've told you about NLG partnership and what they owe us, and several other sources of income in this country that are being covered up because they know there's no leadership who knows how to find all this money. I'm talking to you as a citizen of Nigeria who has operated alone, almost virtually, finding money, kicking out sources where money has been hidden, having to provide evidence for stolen monies, and ensuring that some of the monies that were taken outside, offshore corruption. I've been the person who covered it the most in the last, since 2006, through Sahara Reporters. So when I'm telling you this fact, believe them. I know the politicians, I know how they steal, I know how the money in this country is being frittered. I'm not just saying it to lie to you on TV. It's a matter of fact. And that if you get to work, you'll be shocked. Nigerians will be begging me to continue in government after my 2 terms when I do the job that I'm telling you. But I don't want to do more than 2 terms. I'm not interested.
You are not a sit tight. No, I'm not interested. I'm just saying that, there's a lot of low-hanging fruits. And there's a lot of things that can be done without making governance look like rocket science. So you think corruption is a major problem?
It's not about corruption, it's the cost of governance. It's the fact that we have not...
Business Moments is the brainchild of the late Echo Blankson, who passed away on October 3, 2022. He recorded 2 episodes before his demise. He hosted the show with his usual fun, style, and finesse. GhanaWeb TV is releasing these episodes in his memory. In this episode of Business Moments, Echo Blankson interviewed Kafi Dogbache. Kafi Dogbache, whose love for traveling and adventure inspired him to start a travel and tour company.
Hello, Mr. Blankson.
Great.
Welcome.
Here.
Welcome to my office.
Your office.
Shall we go upstairs?
This is beautiful. Happy to see you. All right, cheers. Your office is upstairs? Yeah. Great. Oh, okay. Wonderful place you have here.
Beautiful. All right, welcome to my office.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Please have a seat.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Welcome.
I'm glad to be here.
Welcome. Finally, I have you in my office.
Yes.
A privilege.
Such a place you have. Very small, but effective.
Yeah, this is where the magic happens. This is where the magic.
Yes, it doesn't have to be a big place, right?
Yeah.
With a huge staff.
Nah. All you need is your desk, your laptop, your phone. Everything's on point.
Awesome. So we're definitely going to learn a lot from you today.
Looking forward.
All right. I'd like to welcome you all to Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eko Blankson. On this platform, actually, we talk to business people, CEOs for that matter, and they tell us all about their business and how they're getting into the business and how it's going until the end and what impact they are making on society. We've been talking to lots of CEOs and they have taught us a lot. You take your pen and your paper and jot down a few points because this will definitely help you, because who are we talking about? A wonderful guy, somebody I've known for some time now, from our days, school days. So I can say quite a lot of easy things to him. His name is Kafui Dobache. He's come from different places and he will tell us about it, but we are talking travel and tour today on GhanaWeb TV. Stay tuned. Welcome back. This is Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, and we're here with Kafui Dobache, right here in his office. I'll call it a petite office. Why did you choose to have a petite office? Tell us.
Okay, so when I was looking for office space to move into, for a long time I used to work from home, actually.
So, used to work from home. I like that. Yeah. I always hear that from business people. Working from home, starting from home, starting from my bedroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Continue.
Actually, working from home and working from my car, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
So I was looking for an office space. I needed to have a certain address, which was important because of the line of business I wanted to go into. I was looking for a certain kind of address. Then I was looking around, looking for the spaces. But then I realized that rents in Ghana are very expensive.
Okay.
Trying to get a decent accommodation, paying 2 years rent advance, and now trying to fix the place and make it look the part. Okay. It was basically my whole capital going into that.
Great.
So then I started looking for alternatives on the internet, and luckily I found this space which had everything I needed, had a perfect address. And for a startup, all I needed was a location, so that people can come to.
Okay.
So then this place.
Well, maybe we can clarify that a business location.
A business location.
Because where you are right now, you are in the airport city, where it is good and definite for business.
Yes. For the clientele that I'm looking at appealing to, it was important that I give them confidence.
Beautiful.
Now, when I started off, as I was from home, but then mainly most of my activity was online, on social media and various platforms. Right. The new media. And one thing I learned was that confidence in new media was a bit down in Ghana because a lot of people have been scammed online. So people reach out to you, but they want to see the person. They want to say, okay, where can I find you? Where can I find you? So then that was when I knew that I needed to find a location.
And obviously, they can't come and find you in your bedroom.
Yeah, exactly. I could not direct them to my house, yes, or my car. So yes, before you set up meetings at various locations. Very well. But then still, people a bit skeptical that, okay, why are you meeting me here? Yeah. Why am I not coming to your office? So after doing my research, found that this place was
beautiful. We'll talk more about this office location and the